I'm already. Good afternoon. I think we're going to go ahead and call this regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order. It's 2:04. Can I get a roll call?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hansen. Ms. Hansen, yes.
Yes, I'm present.
And Commissioner Rudy Garcia, should I mark him excused?
Yes, please.
And Chair Anna Hamilton.
I'm here. Thank you very much. So we have a quorum. And next, if we can all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and State Pledge, and then the moment of reflection. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag, the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol, perfect friendship among united cultures. And I would welcome Nancy Toscano.
Okay, thank you. I'll start over. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hansen.
I'd like to have us take a moment of silence for a local horticulture, David Selman, who died on June 5th. He brought Santa Fe greenhouses to New Mexico. He was an amazing gardener and also permaculture person, and loved New Mexico and northern New Mexico, and was a great gift to many of us in this community. So if we could include him in our moment of silence, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I don't want to throw anybody off, but normally we would have approval of the agenda. We're just going to go with the agenda as it is. That just got slipped. I don't think there are any worries about that. So we go right to approval of the meeting minutes. Are there any changes? We have an agenda, and it was posted, and if there are changes, and Manager Schaefer, maybe you can go through the way, the sequence and anything noteworthy that was changed in the new posting.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. As the Chair indicated, a normal housekeeping item, approval of the agenda, was left off by error from the final amended agenda, which was posted on Saturday morning, 72 hours in advance of today's meeting, as required by law. That doesn't affect, according to the County Attorney's Office, the legality of proceeding under the agenda as was posted in accordance with law. In terms of the items that were changed from the initial agenda to the final agenda, item 3A was added. It's a proclamation proclaiming today as Catherine Miller Day. In addition, under item 5A, We have request approval of appointments and reappointments of board members to the Santa Fe County Valuation Protest Board. Miscellaneous action item 6B, the caption was updated to clarify that the action requested would be to delegate signature authority to the county manager to assign amendment number 6 as well as the associated purchase order. We did upload packet material for item 6D, the short-term rental ordinance, after the original agenda was posted. We clarified or updated the caption for item 7A relative to the presentation from the United States Forest Service and Santa Fe National Forest. We added item 9C from matters from the county manager, which is a presentation and potential direction concerning the final budget, including capital projects for fiscal year 23 and potential general obligation bond questions for the November 2022 general election. And finally, under matters from the county attorney, we added item 2 to the agenda for executive session. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Manager Schaefer. So we're on item 2 of this agenda, which is approval of meeting minutes. Are there any changes, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the meeting minutes of May 10th, 2022.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Now we have a really nice matter to go to proclamations, item 3. Back just in time. 3A is request of approval of a proclamation proclaiming June 14th, that's today, not the, as Catherine Miller Day. I mean, we can make the 22nd another one, but, and back to an old tradition, if everybody, does everybody have a copy of the proclamation? All the commissioners? Commissioner Roybal, do you have a copy of the proclamation? Because I was hoping we could just take turns reading this. So I'm going to start off, and we'll just cycle around my right and back. Whereas local government managers are essential executives who oversee the daily operations of their respective governmental entities, providing vision and direction of the resources that address community challenges, and
whereas professional government managers are hired and directed by their city or county officials to administer policy and are responsible for developing tangible action plans that deliver exceptional public services, and
whereas Catherine Miller, an exemplary public servant with a long and distinguished career in public service, announced her retirement as Santa Fe County Manager on April 12, 2022, and
Whereas Catherine began working with Santa Fe County in 1997 as a procurement officer and was promoted to finance manager only after a year and a half, and
whereas in 2003, Catherine joined Governor Bill Richardson's administration as Deputy Chief of Staff of Policy, was appointed Executive Director of the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority in 2004, and appointed Cabinet Secretary of the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration in 2006, and
whereas as Catherine completed certification and attended numerous relevant postgraduate classes in New Mexico State, purchasing...
you skipped one.
Did I skip one?
Yeah.
Sorry. Whereas as Governor Richardson's administration came to an end, Catherine returned to Santa Fe County in 2010 as county manager, where she led the county with professionalism and integrity, and
Whereas Catherine completed certification and attended numerous relevant postgraduate classes in New Mexico State Purchasing, Administrating CDBG grants, government contracts, business law, contract negotiation, dense contract law, management of defense acquisitions, cost and price analysis, government purchasing, and accounting management, and
whereas Catherine also has a Bachelor's of Science business degree from Wright State University in Daytona, Ohio, and a Master's of Public Administration from Troy State University in Troy, Alabama, and
whereas she served on many boards and committees during her public service career and has been a member of many significant governmental organizations, including the New Mexico Finance Authority Board of Directors, New Mexico Water Trust Board, New Mexico Community Development Council, New Mexico Tribal Infrastructure Fund Board, New Mexico Interagency Behavioral Health Collaborative Board, the New Mexico County Insurance Authority Multi-Line Pool Board of Directors, National Association of State Budget Officers, oh my gosh, the New Mexico Community Foundation Advisory Board, and the Government Finance Officers Association. Phew. And
whereas Catherine transformed the reputation and administrative processes of Santa Fe County during her tenure, overseeing the implementation of many significant projects while also instituting financial discipline, which has resulted in Santa Fe County's general obligation bonds receiving a AAA rating from Standard & Poor's, and
whereas Catherine led Santa Fe County safety and strategically through the COVID-19 pandemic, including the management and distribution of $14 million in federal CARES Act funding, $4 million in small business grants, and $2 million in housing assistance, while keeping the safety, health, and the economic solvency of Santa Fe County front of mind and heart. And
whereas Catherine steered the county with the utmost trust, confidence, and admiration of her staff, and
I think I'll finish this out. Whereas after 11.6 years, or 4,240 days, or 101,760 hours of serving as county manager, and a robust 25-year career as a public servant in New Mexico, Catherine will spend her retirement traveling with her husband Chuck and dog Maggie, and finally take a well-earned break. And whereas this proclamation recognizes Catherine Miller for her outstanding contributions to Santa Fe County, acknowledges her devoted public service, and honors her commitment to her community, constituents, and staff. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the 14th of June, 2022 as Catherine Miller Day. Yeah. So in the old days, we used to be able to take a picture. So after you have something to say, maybe we could do that.
Okay, lunch was not that big a surprise, but this was, because I did not read the agenda.
That'll teach you. The one time in years.
So you did surprise me, and that is so sweet. I'm actually embarrassed, so. But it's pretty cool. Thank you. That's pretty neat. I can't tell you how many proclamations I've signed, but I've never had one. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Well deserved and well worth it. Daniel, is it possible to take a picture?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, come on, everybody come down.
Madam Chair, can we make comments from the commission?
My goodness, absolutely. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, reiterate the honor that it was to serve with Catherine. I was honored to be able to, and privileged to be able to be here during the time that she was a county manager. definitely made things a lot easier from, you know, what I've heard in years before when we had some issues with some of the way management worked here at the county. But I think that, you know, Catherine's done an amazing job, and so I just want to thank her for her service and just appreciate everything that she's done for the county. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just want to add that I remember, I think the first project I worked on with Catherine was setting up the New Mexico Housing Trust Fund 17 or 18 years ago. And that was so exciting, and it's exciting now that after all those years, we finally got it to where we wanted it to be with a steady source of funding. But it's just kind of demonstrates the willingness that you've had to be in it for the long term. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Catherine. I kind of will repeat a few things that I said at lunch, but one of the things that Catherine and I shared was that making sure that you leave the county in better shape than you found it. And I would say that Catherine has done that exemplary. The county is in great shape, and it is because of the team that you built and the people that work here. And as a commissioner, I have been grateful to be able to work with you and learn many things from you. One of the things that was also mentioned is your amazing memory, and that is definitely the truth. You can pull things up from who knows where, but you do have a great memory, and so I wish you the best in your next life as within lots of enjoyment and lots of fun and less stress.
Thank you. And now we can all have visions of Catherine diving in tropical waters and hiking in remote parts of the globe, but everybody watch out on the roads because she's going to be out driving a big RV.
Do we need to vote on the proclamation to make it official? Do we need to vote on it?
Do we need to vote on the proclamation? We need a motion. I would entertain a motion before we take a picture.
I'll make a motion to approve the proclamation.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let's say it a little louder.
Aye.
That's great. Now we can take a picture. Thank you so much.
And third.
And without any further crying or any sniffling or anything, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. So are there any items on the consent agenda that people have questions on or need pulled off, or what is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. And I see I need resolution numbers.
Why, yes, ma'am, you do. Madam Chair, resolution under 4A, resolution number 2022-40. 4B is resolution number 2022-41. And 4C is resolution number 2022-42.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Deputy Clerk. So that takes us to item 5, which is appointments and reappointments. We have request approval of appointments and reappointments of board members to the Santa Fe County Valuation Protest Board. And we have Brittany Montoya. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and County Commissioners. My name is Brittany Montoya. I am the Constituent Services Liaison for Santa Fe County District 3. And today, the agenda item that you have before you is the appointments and reappointment for the volunteer positions for the Santa Fe County Assessor's Valuation Protest Board. The Santa Fe County Valuation Protest Board consists of 4 volunteer appointed members appointed by the Board of County Commissioners to hear and rule on property tax valuation protests. The board consists of 2 members and 2 alternates. 1 member and 1 alternate must demonstrate experience in the field of property valuation. The other member and alternate do not require valuation experience. Board members are appointed for 2-year terms. Members shall not be employed by the state, a political subdivision, or a school district, shall not hold an elective public office, and must be registered to vote in Santa Fe County. Board members are appointed at large, meaning board positions are county-wide positions. Santa Fe County currently has all 4 board member position appointments for consideration today. The term of these 4 board members will be from June 14th, 2022 to March 31st, 2024. The board member requiring experience was previously held by Ms. Suzanne Taylor, who was appointed by the County Commission. Ms. Taylor completed her term and is looking for reappointment. The board member requiring experience was previously held, the alternate board member requiring experience was held by Ms. Lisa Blum, who was appointed by the Board of County Commissioners for a 2-year term from March 31st, 2020 to March 31st of 2022. The board member not requiring experience was previously held by Mr. Gil Tercero, who was appointed by the County Commission. Mr. Tercero, who was appointed by the Board of County Commissioners for a 2-year term from August 15th to 2019 to August 15th, 2021. The alternate board member not requiring experience was held by Mr. Paul Early, who was appointed by the Board of County Commissioners for a 2-year term from March 31st, 2020 to March 31st, 2022. Santa Fe County advertised the board member positions for the Valuation Protest Board on February 8th of 2022. Staff has received letters of interest, resumes, and all mandatory forms from the following individuals for the board members requiring valuation experience. 1, Ms. Suzanne Taylor, and 2, Mr. Frank Katz. Staff has received letters of interest, resumes, and all mandatory forms from the following individuals for the board member not requiring valuation experience. 1, Mr. Robert Collins, and 2, Mr. Tom Whitson. The recommended action is to appoint the following individuals to the Valuation Protest Board positions. Ms. Suzanne Taylor to the primary board member position requiring valuation experience, as Ms. Taylor has previously served in this position of the primary board member position. Mr. Frank Katz to the alternate board member position requiring experience. Mr. Robert Collins to serve as the primary board member position not requiring valuation experience. And Mr. Tom Whitson to serve as the alternate board member position not requiring experience. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Brittany. Are there any questions? Commissioner Hanson?
Madam Chair, there are no questions. I would just like to make a motion to appoint Ms. Suzanne Taylor and Mr. Frank Katz to the board members requiring valuation experience, and Mr. Robert Collins and Mr. Tom Whitson to board members not requiring valuation experience.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, so that passes. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. I want to recognize Representative Tara Lujan, District 48, in the audience. Thank you for joining us, Representative Lujan.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Representative Lujan, and thank you, Commissioner, for that. Thank you, Brittany. I really appreciate it. That takes us to item 6, Miscellaneous action items. 6A is approval of Amendment 7 to an agreement between Santa Fe County and Superior. And we're listed as having Bill Taylor and Daniel Sanchez. I think we're just hanging on for them to get, here he is. Thank you very much, Bill. Welcome.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Before you is the amendment number 7 with the Superior LLC contract. This extends the term of the agreement and increases the compensation by $172,318. This contract provides software applications utilized throughout the county by Human Resources, Finance Division, Payroll, Financials, the whole gambit, Treasurer's Office. And so this amendment extends it for a total contract and increases the compensation for a total contract amount of $997,036.90, exclusive of tax. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So, are there any questions on this item?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Roybal.
No questions. I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Don't go too far. We're on 6B, approval of amendment number 6 to the agreement between Santa Fe County and Team Builders Behavioral Health. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This is amendment number 6 for a contract between Santa Fe County and Team Builders Behavioral Health, Inc. This increases the compensation as additional funding. And Team Builders played a vital role in implementing and administrating behavioral health support for youth in Santa Fe County. The pandemic exacerbated the concerns around youth substance abuse. These youth needs have become more and more apparent, and so the county wishes to continue these services with Team Builders with increasing the compensation. The term of the agreement is good for another year. With that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Great, thanks very much. So, Commissioners, are there any questions on this one?
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions, but thank you for bringing this forward. I think that, it's something that's needed as far as the increase for behavioral health, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Excellent, thanks so much.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Great, thank you. That brings us to 6C, which is approval of multi-source award, multi-term contracts for on-call surveying services. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Purchasing Division issued a solicitation competitive sale proposals for professional services for a multiple source award, where we can award multiple contractors, surveyors. It's a qualification-based selection. There were 5 firms that proposed: Bohannon Houston, Cobb Finley and Associates, Precision Surveys, Sauter Miller and Associates, and Wilson and Company. And we're requesting that the county allow that we enter into agreements with these companies for on-call surveying services that would be needed throughout the county, and approve the 4-year term on these contracts. And with that, there is a ceiling of $250,000 max over the 5 years, or 4 years, excuse me, Madam Chair. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Excellent. Before I go to, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered, is the $250,000 per firm or for the total?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, it's per firm.
Per firm? Okay. Thank you.
Other
Madam
question?
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Webb.
So how do we make the determination of who will use for each project?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, that's a very good question. We've worked through these type of on-call contracts where a project is identified. The county agency that identifies a need for surveying submits that to purchasing. Purchasing will try to give every one of these firms the opportunity to propose on, give us a cost proposal. We give them a scope of the survey project. They give us a cost proposal. The firm that can get to the project the soonest typically and within best price will award it on a, there's part of the contract that has a project assignment, and that firm will be given project assignment to do that work. We try to rotate that, but in some cases, some firms are busy and we have to go to the next firm. So we do try to rotate those around and give all the firms an opportunity for some work.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. With that, Madam Chair, I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And our final item 6D is request authorization to publish title and general summary of an ordinance amending Ordinance 1992-3, the Business Registration and Licensing Ordinance, and Ordinance 1999-10, the Lodgers Occupancy Tax Ordinance, to license and regulate short-term rentals in Santa Fe County. And we're listed as having Penny Ellis Green. And we'll just hang out for momentarily to get her, or whoever is supposed to take this item. I think we've gone through agenda items more quickly than anybody anticipated. So if anybody's wondering about dead airwaves on WebEx, we're just waiting for our next presenter. Nobody's told me.
Madam Chair, I wonder if we should go on to COVID-19 updates that
Well-
might not take too long.
Well, I was just considering the possibility of moving along, but our item 7 items. Sarah, do you have any idea if we have Penny Ellis Green available for item 6D?
Madam Chair, I was going to suggest perhaps we do move forward to the presentations,
That's
and
fine.
we can come back to that item. I want to be mindful of your time as well as the public's time.
Exactly. We were all getting there, but hanging on slightly. Okay, so we're going to hold off on item 6D and move to item 7A under presentations. So 7A is a presentation concerning Santa Fe Mountains Landscape Resiliency Project NEPA status update and overview and review process on Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fires with the presentation by the United States Forest Service and Santa Fe National Forest. We have Jacob Key, Debbie Kress, and Sandy Imler-Hackes. If you guys are present, or are people you come forward with your presentation, or is this presentation online?
Madam Chair?
Madam
Yes.
Chair, I believe all of us are online.
Excellent, thank you. So you're unmuted. Please feel free to start. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We appreciate the invitation from Commissioner Hansen to be with you today to discuss a couple of items. And we will start with an update for the Santa Fe Mountains Resiliency Project with District Ranger Sandra Imler-Hackes and our coordinator, Jacob Key.
Okay, and could you please introduce yourself as well? And before you start that, could you please let me know, did you actually have a presentation that, any presentation slides, or are you just speaking to us?
Madam Chair, I am Debbie Kress. I apologize. I'm the forest supervisor here on the Santa Fe National Forest, and I do not have a presentation. I will defer to Jacob Key if he happens to have anything. I believe we are just providing verbal update to you.
Excellent, that's great. Thank you very much, and thank you for introducing yourself. So feel free to proceed. Hang on, Commissioner Hansen?
Are we, if you are on Zoom or WebEx, are we not getting a visual? Can we not see you?
That's not there. Daniel, are they on, well, are you on camera on WebEx? There
Yes,
you
we
are.
all are on
That's
camera on WebEx, yes.
excellent, thank you. Now we see you. Much appreciated.
Madam Chair, also, I was under the impression that they were going to be present in the chambers, so I'm slightly disappointed, just for the record.
Commissioner Hansen, I will apologize to you. I am ill today due to allergies with the winds that are blowing, and so that was my decision to be virtual for you, so I do apologize.
Thank you for that, and if you could proceed, Debbie, that would be great.
Jacob, I'll turn it over to you if you'd like to give an update on the Santa Fe Mountains Resiliency Project.
Thank you, Debbie, and thank you, commissioners, for having us. My name is Jacob Key. I'm the new fire shed coordinator for the fire shed as a greater project area, and I'm giving the update of the Santa Fe Mountains. So a little bit of background. This is our third comment period. We had a 37-day comment period in 2019. We had a 30-day comment period in 2021, along with 2 public meetings. Some were virtual due to COVID, and some were in person. And then just recently, starting March 28th, we had a 45-day objection period that ended May 12th. From those objections, we had 40 total. 19 had no standing. They were either had not commented previously, which is a requirement to go into review of an objection, or they were just not specific about the project. They were objecting to other things that the Forest Service is doing. 9 of the objections had previous comments, but they were not specific about the project, or they didn't have clear connection to their previous comments. And then the remaining 12 have standing. They had previously commented, and we will be getting a formal response back to those individuals and organizations. And then as we move forward now we're in review, so we are reviewing all the objections and the standings and making sure that we're doing the best we can to make sure that we're looking at the comments and we're taking in all the input, and that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that that we're following our policy and regulations and procedures. The next item I have is, so the majority of the objections we received were about just do not thin, do not burn. There were a lot of concerns about wildlife impacts, vegetation and soil impacts. Several had air quality concerns about burning and impacts of smoke. And the majority, if not all of the resolves that would like to be seen is that they would like the Forest Service to do an EIS rather than an EA. That was ultimately in pretty much all of them. And so right now we're looking at hopefully getting responses from the objections out early to mid-July. And that's the update that I have for you at the moment. Unless Sandy or Debbie has anything they would like to add.
Thank you. Does anybody have anything to add on this part of the update of the presentation?
Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. My name is Sandy Imler-Hawkes, and I'm the District Ranger here in Espanola. I just wanted to introduce myself so you knew who I was. But no, Jacob did a very good job covering what we had as far as our updates for the Santa Fe Mountains Resiliency Project.
Excellent. So before we move on, I think we should go to commissioners and see if there are comments or questions just on the Resiliency Project. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as someone who has standing, and you, I believe, have received my letters, I am really concerned that how you managed the previous fire that we're all still suffering from, and what we are going to do and how we're going to proceed. Forest health is the main reason the Forest Service pre-burns the forest and plans to burn down 40,000 acres of Santa Fe County, which, given their proposed burn rate of every 3 years, means Santa Fe County would see 100,000 acres prescribed burn like Hermit's Peak on an average of 13 times a year. 2 questions. What is the health of the forest as used as the reasons for all this burning in the Santa Fe Forest Plan? Does it mean that the healthier trees, soil, and ecosystems healthiest means the forest produces the most water, or that the Forest Service has rehabilitated the most forest, reseeded it, and repairs it? Or is it denied the fuel reduction? Is it defined by fuel reduction?
Commissioner Hanson, I will take your question. I appreciate that. In the context, especially of what we're facing with Hermit's Peak and Calf Canyon here, I do understand the heightened concern around that. So if I'm understanding your questions correctly, and I'll provide an answer here, and then if I don't get to what you're looking for, please do let me know. When we do projects like this, like the Santa Fe Mountains resiliency efforts, the first and foremost consideration is a balance of forest health. And so we're not looking at any one particular component, but striving to consider healthy vegetation on the ground so that trees are resilient and there's a good understory of vegetation that's resilient and enduring. Production of water is a consideration, but it is not the only consideration. We're also thinking about wildlife, and those are all of the species out there, but in particular, we also consider threatened and endangered species that are on the landscape and making sure that they not only have safe cover and habitat for reproduction, but that they're also able to find food and seek shelter as needed. We're considering cultural resources out on the landscape and the resiliency and the protection of those. And we're considering the needs of our recreational visitors so that they can have a positive experience out in the forest. So our considerations when we're talking about managing the landscape really do encompass all of those elements. And when we apply specific treatments to that landscape, we do not intend to presume that we're going to do all of those all of the time, every year. There's a lot of things that we have to think about before we do that. And our burn plans help inform that, as with other prescribed fires that we've done, our cutting and thinning when we do projects like that. We're thinking about spreading out those impacts so that they are not large scale and they are not having a detrimental effect to all of those resources I mentioned before. So we have many things that we consider, and it would not be correct to assume that every year we're going to see large scale repetition of projects, that there's a lot of considerations and conversations that go into that. I hope that helps.
So did you take those things into consideration when you did the Hermit Peak and the Calf Canyon fire?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. We had an environmental analysis and a burn plan. And when we implemented the burn plan, we were considering all of those factors before we ignited it. Yes.
And you considered the fact that it was a red flag day with wind?
So the winds were a part of that. And when we do make those determinations, they are site specific. So they're not necessarily based on a larger weather forecast. We do receive site specific weather information about wind speed, humidity, potential for precipitation, and the moisture in the fuels of the area we're burning. So that becomes a very site specific decision.
And so one of the things that I am quite concerned about is I don't think that you have really taken into consideration climate change, and that we are now under the Paris Agreement. President Biden signed the Paris Accord, and with that, the Paris Agreement says that we are to reforest the forest, not deforest. And with the Santa Fe Mountain Resiliency Project, it seems to me that your plan is to deforest and not reforest. And so I think that you're living under a previous administration's view of climate change, and I think that needs to be taken into consideration. Are you taking that into consideration?
I think that's a really great segue into the discussion about Hermit's Peak and Calf Canyon. So folks may or may not be aware that the Chief of the Forest Service, Randy Moore, directed, once this event happened, that we would undergo a national review of our burn plan process and the components of that burn plan, to include considering whether the science that we are using to inform our burn plans and our decision making is the most current in the face of climate change and the events that we're seeing in our national forests across the West. And so that review is underway at this time. We expect the results and the recommendations from that review to come probably within the next 7 to 10 days. And once we have those recommendations and the outcomes of that review, which are being done by a national group of specialists across the country. They are not people that are specific here in Region 3, which is New Mexico and Arizona for the Forest Service. That information will play a very large role in how we move forward, not only with the Santa Fe Mountains Resiliency Project, but with all of our proposed projects on the landscape.
So I think that one of the things that is really unique about New Mexico and the Southwest is we are not like Maine or other places where burns might work just fine, but it doesn't seem to be working here. This is the third, fourth, fifth, sixth burn that you've done that's turned into a mega fire. And so we are, as a county commissioner, my responsibility is the health and safety of constituents, and I don't feel that they are being taken into consideration. I don't feel that you are taking into consideration soil temperature. That is something that really needs to be analyzed. We don't have the kind of water we used to have. Things have changed significantly with climate change, and so these nationalist specialists who might be from the East Coast do not understand the arid Southwest. And so that doesn't really seem to me to be an adequate answer at the moment. We are talking about carbon and retaining carbon. And so how does the sequestration by prescribed burn, for instance, on the Calf Can and Hermit Peak fires affect climate change policy, strategy, or response to the U.S. Forest Service has? What specific climate policy of the U.S. Forest Service applies to the Santa Fe National Forest?
Those are all very good questions, and I respect your concerns on that, Commissioner Hansen. I'll say that we do have climate policy within the Forest Service. There's a public-facing website for the U.S. Forest Service and pages on that that talk specifically about how we consider climate, within our decision-making. We also do have specialists who are affiliated with our research stations, and we have a Rocky Mountain Research Station, which is specific to this region. And those scientists are already engaging. They began engaging very quickly upon the event from Hermit's Peak and Calf Canyon and the escape of our prescribed fire to begin modeling what's happening on the landscape and to begin to understand exactly the things that you're talking about to make our science better and more updated and more specific here. And we're not borrowing from faraway places, which I agree with you is a deep concern. So that work is underway, and we have a lot to learn, and it's going to take some time, but we are committed to making sure that we're taking time to do that. As you know, the Chief of the Forest Service has requested a pause on any prescribed burning, and we expect that to not resume for us until we've got some better science and better understanding of what's happening here in this place.
So we've been in a severe drought. We are considered to be in a drought that is similar to what the Anasazi might have experienced 1,200 years ago. So we're in this drought. So I think that takes a very serious type of analysis before any more burning happens in our forest, and especially since we have signed the Paris Agreement. And I know I'm coming back to that, but I feel that it is really important that we start looking at deforestation as the problem, because we need our forests. There are the places where we sequester carbon, and if you're cutting them all down and burning them, which you have now burned half of the Sangre de Cristos on the east side, and you plan to burn over 40,000 acres, or you have planned with the Santa Fe Mountain Resiliency Project, you're planning to burn 40,000 acres, and you can't guarantee what's going to happen to our forests, what's going to happen to our tourism, what's going to happen to our economic elements, what's going to happen to our real estate. There are so many impacts that I feel the Forest Service is not taking into consideration. And I have a white paper and a letter that I have sent to the governor and to the entire congressional delegation that I plan to hand to you today. But since you are not here, I will make sure that it is put in the mail and delivered to you immediately, because I think that there are things that you have to start thinking about in New Mexico, and it is not fair to us as New Mexicans to be treated like a sacrifice zone. And I know from going to NACO, the National Association of Counties, I know how devastated many other commissioners throughout the West feel by the way the U.S. Forest Service has been dealing with their forests. I am well aware of commissioners from Paradise, California, and that was a prescribed burn, and they had already done a prescribed burn, and it burned again. And so obviously what you are doing is not working. And so I hope that in seriousness, you will start coming back to the public, coming back to people like myself who have requested and demanded basically consultation. And I am grateful that you are here to listen to our concerns, but this is extremely serious. I mean, we have a New Mexico representative in our audience who is also extremely concerned. Senator Heinrich and Ben Ray Lujan are very concerned. This is serious. We don't want to see the kind of devastation that has happened to our neighbors in San Miguel, Mora, and Colfax, and Taos County happening to us. And I have more questions.
You can cycle if you want to keep going, that's fine, or if you want to cycle around.
But I do want to let other commissioners ask questions, and then they could come back to me.
Fabulous.
Okay.
Your Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just wanted to say that I think we're all very thankful to the Forest Service personnel who are fighting the fires on the other side of the mountain. It's a great personal sacrifice for a lot of people, to the time and energy they've had to put into that, and please let them know that we are, very thankful for all that effort. My question was just in terms of, what we now know about the Hermit's Peak and Calf Canyon fires. Has any of that, I know you're still studying it, but are there some changes you already envision to the plan for the, I forget what it's called, the thing we're talking about today, the Santa Fe Mountains Landscape Resiliency Project? Do you already envision some changes in how you will implement that based on what happened?
Absolutely, yes. The analysis is comprehensive. I believe it's thorough. When we do come to implementing specific projects, yes, there will be changes to how we consider that, those lessons that we're learning right now from the implementation. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. The implementation of the Las Despensas prescribed fire has taught us that, as I mentioned already, we're missing some components of science in there that we would like to take a harder look at. And we also need to consider opportunities about the type of people that we are including when we're doing prescribed burning. It has been, I'm so sorry. It has been the Forest Service's emphasis in the past years to suppress fires, as everyone knows. And so when we think about organizing to do a prescribed fire event, it's a different kind of organization than we tend to use with our suppression efforts, as you mentioned. Large teams of people come together to help suppress a fire, and they're very effective. And so we have opportunity to talk about that organization when we're considering prescribed burning and making sure that we have a very robust organization to support a decision, and more people involved in making the decisions to move ahead, in that process. So I think there's a combination of many things. We write burn plans, that are based on the environmental analysis, like what's happening right now. Once that's completed, we will write individual plans for prescribed burns, and there's much opportunity in additional components in there, as Commissioner Hansen was mentioning, with soil moisture and the considerations of climate change and the long duration of drought and really high temperatures and the stress on vegetation. So yes, it's a longer answer maybe than you needed, but yes, there will be changes made for implementation.
Thank you, and no, that was a good answer. I mean, the length of it was helpful. I guess my only other question is, as you are, reevaluating things, will you be coming back to the public for additional public comment, or at least to let us know what the changes are? It seems to me you might benefit from, I know there's a lot of people inside and outside the Forest Service who've given this a lot of thought, and, we need everybody's expertise. I think because as we try to manage the forest in this age of climate change, as we now know, it's not easy, and making the wrong step can have very dire consequences.
Absolutely. We've had a lot of conversations. So the process of approving the Santa Fe Mountains Resiliency Plan, again, is an environmental process. And the public will know the outcome of that, and we will discuss not only the decision that's made there, but I see much opportunity, again, when we start to talk about implementation of individual projects where people are going to see effects on the landscape. We are committed to robust conversations, to public engagement, to public education, and to just hearing and listening. So we do a lot of talking, but there's also much opportunity to listen. We know within the community of Santa Fe and other surrounding areas, we have people with great knowledge here and experience and ideas. And so there's already a collaborative in place specifically for the Santa Fe Mountains project. And there will be opportunity not only to engage with them moving forward, to share the lessons we've learned from the loss dispenses prescribed fire, but also to solicit input and ideas on how we go about implementing. So there will be many opportunities. That's our commitment.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
I think I'm going to ask a question, then I'll go back to Commissioner Hansen. I really appreciate your answers. You're new. We haven't met. It's good to meet you. This project has been considered for quite a while, many years, right? And you may not know, but as in the early years of the development of this, as a firefighter, I was very supportive of treatments that were attempting to balance ecological condition of the forest with making the forest more resilient to fire, because we were going with climate change into a period of much greater fire instances and whatnot. And as a PhD ecologist, I really appreciated the possibility of using multiple tools, and I greatly supported that. But I think the Forest Service has to realize that the treatments that were considered in this, some of the specifics of which Commissioner Hansen made allusion to, were very different. A decade ago, they are not the conditions that exist now. And with climate change, and that happens to be one of my ecological specialties, those conditions are not likely to exist again. And I think it seems to me to be imperative that the Forest Service take that into consideration in the revision of the plan. As a result, when I think about the kinds of things that need to be changed, that's a substantial redescription of the project. In my mind, knowing a little bit about NEPA, the environmental assessment, which was then FONSI'd, right, finding of no significant impact, is at this point edging toward the laughable side. That to say, well, we're going to think about what fire what conditions it's acceptable to set a fire in and how we're going to do it. We're going to make some changes based on public input, is edging toward the inadequate side of response. The level of risk, I mean, NEPA documents are risk-based assessment documents, right?
Yes.
And the level of risk that we're talking about is fundamentally different than it was a decade ago. So, to be honest, despite my previous position, which was to support doing NEPA in any way the Forest Service sees fit, I now see this as such a high-risk situation that I frankly believe that an EIS is what's required. I find it hard to believe that anything less than that would be accepted. And so my question is the Forest Service, first of all, I have never been involved in a project that required NEPA that was allowed to make substantive changes to the project description after the acceptance of an EA document. And so I'm wondering what the Forest Service is considering in terms of reworking the project, reworking the associated NEPA, and doing an EIS to deal with what is a very high-risk situation now.
Thank you for the question and the concerns, Madam Chair. So within the environmental assessment process, as you noted, finding of no significant impact that must come as a result of signing a decision to affirm an environmental assessment. Where we're at in that process right now is reviewing the objections that were received, as was mentioned earlier by Jacob, and that happens with our regional forester in our regional office, because if I am the decision maker, then the reviewing official needs to be my supervisor. And so we will go through that together, and we still have that opportunity to make a determination together about that finding of no significant impact. And so we will review that. And if I cannot come to a place of decision to say, yes, there is a finding of no significant impact here, and I can justify that with the information that's provided, then we have a couple of choices. We can either move forward with an environmental impact statement, or we go back and we revise what we've proposed and we consider a different option, which, either one of those opportunities is going to, delay any opportunity to do work in the Santa Fe Mountains. And I hear very loudly and clearly from many people that that is a choice that they would like to see us make. And I do hear from other people that there's concern with that, because quite frankly, our forests are very vulnerable right now, and doing nothing is a risk as well. So those are the opportunities we have before us. And I will say that I don't have a decision in my mind. I have not reviewed the objections and had an opportunity to think through this with the team of folks that have been working on this. You're right. I've only been here 2 years, and a lot of that was focused on a pandemic and taking care of people through that. So I acknowledge that I do have homework to do and conversations to be had. So I hope that's helpful to your question.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as somebody who does have standing, I hope you haven't dismissed my comments. I think they're very substantial and not lighthearted in any way, but making sure that I strongly support an EIS, but I also strongly support that you start looking at different ways. I mean, we're stuck, you are stuck in doing things the same way over and over again that have not worked. And they have not worked. When we have mega fires, that means things are not working. The Native Americans, when they burned their forests, they did it at an acre at a time, not 1,000 acres at a time. So I don't think that you're using any of the indigenous ideas of how they burnt their forest. Not that I know that myself, because I would not make that assumption, but I would say that we have to start thinking about the risk assessment And that has not seemed to be part of the process. You know, have you done a risk cost benefit of all the fires you are setting? You know, that I think is really important. To the watershed and quality, production of water. Won't removing 90% of the trees when you thin the 50,000 acres and then prescribe burning most of it, reduce the amount of water to the Santa Fe reservoirs and all other recharging systems? What is the cost of replacement if an escaped Forest Service burns, destroys the Santa Fe watershed? For instance, how much will it cost to restore the Las Vegas watershed, and how long, or can it really be restored?
Yep, those are all very good questions that we're pursuing. Yes.
And then one of my other really huge concerns is, how are we going to restore the forest in Las Vegas, the Hermit Peak and the Calf Can? What kind of seed banks do we have for the ponderosa pine, the juniper, pinon? I mean, at the moment, I'm told that you have 1 acre of seedlings to restore a forest of 300,000 acres. And what are we, you know, it's one thing to make these people whole of 100%, but making them whole is putting back the forest. And, you know, so I want to know what kind of work are you doing to build up a seed bank? And are we building a civilian conservation corps? And how are we going to, you know, really help these people? Because just making them whole again and maybe giving them their houses or getting a house is not making them whole, because their whole livelihood and their whole environment was built around the forest, their wildlife, their cattle, their farming, their production, you know, of their livelihoods was dependent on that forest. And why aren't we still using some of these traditional methods of allowing people to go into the forest and cut for firewood that used to happen? And that was how, you know, the forest was thinned, and then they were shut out of the forest. And so there's so many things that we're not looking at, and also modern technology of possibly using drones, of, you know, really seeing where the damage is to the forest. I mean, there are so many questions and there's so little answers. And most people in the Santa Fe area that are concerned about the forest feel like you never listen to them. I know you have only been here for 2 years, so I can't say that about you because I don't have that experience. I don't know how you're going to respond to all of this, but the people in this community who are filled with scientists and filled with people who are very concerned about the forest do not feel that they can have a conversation with you. They feel like it is a one-way conversation, that, you know, you're going to do what you're going to do, and what we say doesn't count. And as a county commissioner, I need to represent those people and make sure that their voices are heard. I feel very strongly about that, and I feel very strongly about the fact of climate change as something that has to be taken into consideration, and the fact that we have rejoined the Paris Accord, and that has to also be taken into consideration. Santa Fe County joined the Paris Agreement in 2017, and we are, later in today, we're having a presentation on greenhouse gas reduction. What are you doing to encourage greenhouse gas reduction? How are you helping to keep more carbon in the trees, you know, and not let that be released?
There were many questions in that, Commissioner Hanson, so I'll do my best to address as many of them as I possibly can. So with the post-fire recovery for Calf Canyon and Hermit's Peak, we have a burned area emergency response team. They are already working in phases over there to address immediate needs, and those needs are specific to public health and safety. And so the water systems and making sure that when there is post-fire flooding, that we have adequate signage, that we've stabilized places where we can do that work quickly, through temporary measures. They are also working alongside FEMA, who is helping with private land relief and work with acequias and those owners of those properties. The Natural Resources Conservation Service is also involved, Farm Services Administration. There's a whole group of agencies along with county and state emergency partners that have all come together to look at ways to protect water systems, to stabilize as much as they can in anticipation of the flooding, to protect water for those different municipalities over there and private landowners, and also just keeping people safe on their property with things as straightforward as sandbags and things like that. And then the bigger picture is looking at what do we do with seeding and mulching to stabilize the most damaged soils in the places that we know we can have effect. Sometimes soils are so steep, slopes are so steep that it's difficult to do things to mitigate, but there are many places where we can get that work done. And so those planning efforts are happening right now. We do, as an agency partner, not only do we have sources of seed and seedlings across the country, but we also partner with other agencies to help with that. And so those are longer duration kinds of work that start to happen because we need the soil stabilized before we can start planting trees. And so an example is with Las Conchas right now, there's tree planting going on right now, even still after all of this time. And we do have youth conservation corps that help with that. Our tribal partners have groups of people that they bring forward that have an interest, and we do set up agreements with our tribal partners to help with that. And so those are the kinds of efforts that will go on, and they will take many, many years across the landscape, as has been happening with fires like Las Conchas and Cerro Grande and others in the state. So it's a long duration commitment to getting that work done as the timing is right. The most immediate priority right now is to keep people safe from harm and to keep their water supply protected to the best of our abilities. So there's short-term work, and then there's going to be longer-term work. And there are a lot of people that have committed to coming together to do that. And our president and our federal government has committed to helping with that too, 100%. So that burden is not on the state. So our state partners will be with us in the efforts to do the work without having to pay the cost of that. So that's some of the efforts that are going on. I think bringing the forest back to what it was before, we can look at a lot of other fires through history and know that that is a very difficult thing to say that we can do. We can bring it back to a place of health and resilience, and it will look very different. And in the face of climate change, there's deep concern, especially when we talk about replanting trees, because a lot of these trees have died in the places that they used to be because of climate change, because there isn't an environment to support them anymore. And so that's a part of the science that we work on to think about the forest resiliency, is what species belong out there now that may be different or maybe at a different elevation now than they were before because of climate change and all of the things that you've been talking about. So this is a long commitment to doing this work for a long time with a lot of people, and that's difficult. And we are going to do our very best.
So apparently you don't have the seedlings that are adapted to our mountain soil and our climate, and also, Ponderosa doesn't need to be burned. to reseed. But what happens when it does get burned is it kills the seedlings. They don't really regenerate back. So are we going to get a different species? Are you planning to plant different kinds of pine here, or are you going to? Are we going to start getting? Are you working on a seed bank? And then the other thing for the soil health, which is also a huge concern to me, is, there's ways to improve the soil. I mean, I know I talked to you one time about compost, and I know that that's a really out-of-the-box idea of composting 300,000 acres of land, but there's also molasses, which, what the soil needs from the burn is it needs sugar, it needs regeneration. And I actually remember 50 years ago when I moved here, there was a burn scar up along the road, the high road to Taos, between Truchas and Las Trampas. And they replanted that whole thing. And now I can't even tell you where that place was. That was, of course, 50 years ago. So I would hope that by now the trees have grown. But I know that that's how long it's going to take, at least, to start seeing any kind of regeneration. And so, people's children are going to be the beneficiary, but I want to make sure that they are the beneficiaries of what we are doing today, and that we are restoring these forests. And, pinon is a staple here. People would feel lost without pinons, and I am sure the people on the east side of the Sangre de Cristos are horrified at the loss of the pinon trees. They are like family. I know tribes think of them as family. I myself, as a young hippie, have always loved trees and will always love trees, and I want to see them regenerated and brought back. And so, I'm grateful for you being here today. I will make sure that you get this white paper that I have co-authored with a scientist locally who also has standing in this in the Santa Fe Mountain Resiliency. And I think that a dialogue in person is really important. And, we are actually coming out of COVID to some extent. And so we need to be in person so people can find trust and find that you are actually really listening to us, because there are many people in Santa Fe County who do not feel that you are listening to them. And that is why I invited you here. That is why I am pursuing this and making sure that their voices are brought to the forefront. I have many more questions, but I also know that we have many more things on our agenda, and I want to be respectful of your time. I know that Representative Tara Lujan, who is in the audience, is really very concerned, as I said before, and also would like to meet with you and continue this dialogue. She is not the only state representative, I am sure, that is extremely concerned and cares deeply about what is happening. And so I will leave it where it is, but you understand that we are not going away. One, I hope to see you again soon. This is just the beginning, not the end, and that we need real change in the Santa Fe Mountain Resiliency Landscape Project to believe in it, because at the moment, nobody believes in it and nobody trusts you. And so until we can find somewhere to build some trust, I think we have to continue to be in communication. Thank you.
I agree wholeheartedly, Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you very much. Do we have, Debbie, do we have additional information on the Calf Canyon Hermit's Peak Fire that you were going to make comments on, or have we effectively covered that?
I believe we've covered most of it, Madam Chair. I would add that we have great containment on the fire, 70% containment now, which is due to all of those incident management teams working diligently. You have likely also noticed that there was quite a bit of smoke yesterday, and there is quite a bit of smoke today, and so it does continue to burn. But we will have those incident management teams with us for a long duration to ensure everyone's safety and to get the rest of the fire contained. So that might have been the only other thing that I would mention. And with the review of the escape itself and the prescribed fire, that information will be forthcoming and that will be publicly available. So we'll follow up on that when we have it.
Excellent. And we just want to reiterate Commissioner Hughes's thank you to all the people in the fire service who are working together to fight that and to preserve everything, including people's safety. Very much appreciated.
Thank you. I will pass that along to them. Thank you.
And
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair,
Commissioner Hanson.
thank you. Since I have this information, I can mail it to you.
Yes.
Drop it off to you. I will, and I also plan to share it with my fellow commissioners and anyone else who would like to read this white paper. But it is a way for you to start thinking about the forest in a different manner, and I sincerely hope you will consider that. Thank you once again.
Thank you. And
I look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Debbie. Wait, Commissioner Roybal, I'm sorry. Did I skip over you, sir?
Oh, no, that's all right. I just want to say thank you for being here today and to listen to our concerns in our state. It has been a really horrific experience for us to have this fire in our state, and I know we have a lot of concerned elected officials, and we want to, I look forward to see how you guys plan on mitigating this type of tragedy in the future, because it's something that we need to protect our constituents from. So I appreciate you being here today, and I want to see what kind of ideas come forward. I know that, traditionally a lot of people in the state, gather wood, do wood collection and to heat their homes in the winter. And so, and also a lot of people use that to actually make money for, to feed their families, and so it's something that's, I know I've had calls from different constituents in the past wondering why the forests are closed and they can't go and get wood, and people are calling and trying to buy wood somewhere, so it's very difficult. And I think that if we came up with a strategic way of creating fire breaks and working with our constituents to help do that, I think that would be a great path forward. So I do look forward to see how we mitigate this in the future, because it has been really detrimental and really horrible for a lot of our families here. So once again, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our hearts are broken as well, and we are working on things in the short term for fuel wood. And I think a positive piece of information, a hopeful piece of information, is that the rains are coming. They're going to bring some terrible things too, and some concerns that we have to address, but they will also allow us to reopen the forest, in those places that have not been burned, and people can start to get back out and resume their opportunities for fuel gathering and all of the other activities they do. So we're hopeful to be able to do that here in just a few short weeks, once we see these rains come and calm things down. So, and then we've got folks working right now, a whole team of people on both the Carson National Forest and Santa Fe National Forest, working specifically to figure out how some of the trees that have been cut for fuel breaks and lines to put around the fire, how we can get that wood to people and make it available so that we can help offset some of this tragedy. So we are working on that. Thank you for your comment.
That's good. That's good. Is that good, Commissioner Roybal? Thank you. And thank you for that response. That's good to know. And once again, we appreciate you being here, and we sincerely look forward to some good, productive, ongoing interactions with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. That would take us, I think, our best move now is to really go back to the previous item. Appreciate everybody holding off. It would take us back to 6D, and that is the request for authorization to publish title and general summary of an ordinance amending various ordinances for with respect to licensing and regulation of short-term rentals. And we have Penny Ellis Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The Board requested staff to bring forward an ordinance to regulate short-term rentals, and it's been determined that this should be accomplished through an amendment of the Business Registration and Licensing Ordinance, because the authority for the county to require licensing or registration of a business is NMSA 1978, Section 4-37-1 and Section 3-38-1 through 338-6. The proposed ordinance would have the following requirements. Each short-term rental will be required to obtain a business license, which would be valid for 1 year. The proposed ordinance would include findings that short-term rentals may create a possible negative impact on neighboring properties due to noise, traffic, trash, off-site parking, straining of scarce water resources, negatively impacting the environment by overburdening septic systems, and possible non-compliance. The ordinance contains definitions, and the short-term rentals would be permitted through the county in all zoning districts where residences are allowed as a primary use. That would mean every zoning district other than industrial, industrial light, and public institutional. They would be allowed on all legal lots of record where the residential construction was either permitted or grandfathered in. A short-term rental license would be issued, including the owner's name, the property address, occupancy limit, daytime occupancy limit, license number, and expiration date. The license would need to be posted on the property along with a separate document providing additional information for guests, including allowed number of vehicles, quiet hours, owner's contact number, and solid waste disposal requirements. In addition, the owner is required to mail out notice to nearby property owners, again providing the owner's contact information and steps for reporting a violation, and it should also include a copy of the business license. The short-term rental license application would be reviewed and approved administratively, and appeals could be heard by the board. The proposed ordinance regulations include an occupancy limit based upon standards for a septic system, or 2 per bedroom if there's a sewer system. A daytime occupancy limit up to 10 more than the occupancy limit itself, and ages 5 and under would not be included in this count. All parking would be required to be on-site. The owner would need to prove that all existing water restrictions have been met, and provisions have been made for those who have either overused water or have not previously complied with installing a meter and providing readings. A separate form identifying all requirements to meet the fire code would be provided to each applicant. They would be required to sign an affidavit verifying that all requirements have been met. The owner would provide for solid waste removal. Rural addressing should be posted on all properties, and only one single sign meeting the residential standards would be allowed. And quiet hours would be established as 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. each day. The ordinance would also include technical cleanup language related to the statute references, and also to add the existing business registration and licensing ordinance includes other outdated sections. So at some point it would be necessary to bring this ordinance back to clean up the language for all other business licenses and registration, so staff would continue to work on those. I hadn't put in the memo, but I did want to address that the ordinance would include a review fee of $375 for a first-time license, $300 for renewals, and this fee would be based on review and processing and issuance time, inspection time, the need for tracking through a contract. At the moment, we use host compliance, and an online permitting system, which we're implementing at the moment. As we already get complaints on short-term rentals, we believe there'll be many more complaints when we actually start regulating. That will require code enforcement, legal, and management time in addition to the review and processing time. So we've based our fees on all of that information. A few more points to address. The fire review. Attached in your packet is a list of the fire requirements. They include things like smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, fire extinguishers, egress from each bedroom, spark arresters for chimneys. So it's intended that an applicant will be provided with this list up front so they can conform with this, and through part of the application process would need to identify that they have done that, and that should make fire inspections a little easier. However, between code enforcement site visits, enforcement when violations are reported, additional fire inspections needed, there may be future requests for an additional FTE to cover some of this extra workload. We also requested a screenshot, and if Daniel's there, if you would mind pulling that up, of short-term rentals from our contractor. As of this morning, there were 541 active listings in unincorporated Santa Fe, and as you can see, they're kind of clustered in some of our communities, Madrid, Sirius, up north in Chimayo, the Pojoaque Valley, and then all around the city of Santa Fe and in the El Dorado areas where we're seeing most of the clusters. So in order to track and make sure renewals take place, we will continue to contract with a provider. We may also need to use their permitting platform until our online permitting is running. But we then need to ensure that we can merge this data into our new system, so we need to continue to work with IT and the consultants on this. I'd also like to add that we contemplate additional IPRA requests from homeowners groups who may have prohibited short-term rentals in their area, and from neighbors who may be complaining or will want to see a file as to what the proposal was, the occupancy limit, and conditions. So we do expect our IPRA workload to increase as well. In addition, we've met with the county assessor. It appears that a short-term rental will cause a property to be listed as non-residential. So there will be property tax implications. So we're continuing to work with the assessor to make sure that we can get this information and a possible kind of what-if tool to see what those implications will be for a property owner before they make the decision to create a short-term rental. And we'll want to ensure that we have all these items addressed prior to a go-live date for the ordinance. If the board approves this request, staff will publish the required noticing advertised to allow for public comment, and we'll bring this ordinance back to the BCC to have 2 separate public hearings for adoption. And when the ordinance is approved, it would take effect 30 days later. And I will stand for questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Penny. Are there questions? Everybody, Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have actually a number of questions. I think, well, first of all, thank you for bringing this forward. I think the ordinance is really well written and really well thought out, so I appreciate it. I know it took a while, but it seems like we're on track to get a really good ordinance. Is there a fine for people who have a short-term rental but don't comply with this, or maybe don't even tell us they have one?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I will go back to the business registration ordinance, but it would be whatever our standard fines are, but we don't impose fines. We have to go to court, and then the court gets the fines. So we would have to move through a code enforcement violation if it comes to that. We are working with host compliance at the moment. We would keep working with a provider. They can get addresses and check it off against our database that says these are the addresses for permitted short-term rentals. And then we will obviously need to go through a process to write letters, request that they come in, give them some time. But yes, there may be some enforcement action that needs to take place to either close the business down or make them get licensed.
Well, I guess I'm hoping that the fine is more expensive than the registration fee.
The fine is, I believe, a standard fine, which is about $200, I think, but it has to be imposed by a court.
Is there any way for us to make that more expensive?
I'm looking over at legal, but I do not believe so. It's statutory.
Legal?
Madam
Rachel?
Chair,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes, the state law does limit the extent of the fine or the penalty for violating a county ordinance, and we can't go beyond that statutory limitation.
Okay, well, I hope we can at least make it somehow worth everybody's while to register. I guess another thing, I'm just wondering if it would make sense, and this is a question for the other commissioners as well. I mean, now that we're considering this ordinance, do we want to consider limiting the number of licenses we issue? The city, I believe, limits it to 1,000. And while I know we may not have an idea right now, we may or may not have an idea of what an appropriate number is, I do think that waiting until we have too many is too late. And I mean, I was kind of shocked to see that there's a whole bunch in my neighborhood. I'm not aware of any, but I do know that I have two friends who used to live downtown Santa Fe and were surrounded by short-term rentals and moved, and they found it quite annoying. Not so much the noise or the people who rented them, but just the sort of the lack of having a community. One of the people told me that, you know, all winter there was nobody around her, and then all of a sudden in the summer she had neighbors, and different neighbors every week. And so I think, and I'm also concerned about its effect on our affordable housing stock. I mean, as we approve more housing in the community college district, I think we all envision that that's going to go to people who, you know, live here, work here, retire here. But I could see, you know, it not being so good if a lot of those became short-term rentals. And so I guess the other limit I might want to think about would be sort of limiting the density. And I guess that's a question, is would it make sense, or has anybody, are there any other communities that limit the density like we did for cannabis dispensaries? You know, you have to be so many feet away from, and you know, from each other. Is there anything like that that we could consider? Or have we thought of that at all?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we did have discussions about limiting either the number of licenses or the density. We just didn't know how we would establish that number and whether it would be countywide, area-wide, and the density, the existing density of housing throughout the county is so varied. From multiple dwelling units per acre to one dwelling unit per 160 acres. So it would be fairly difficult to work out exactly how many of those. And then I think one of the issues that the city had when they did that and when they put the limit on is that the licenses are good for a year. And if your neighbor wanted to also do a short-term rental, are they first in next year? Or can they just not apply? So it's really first one through the door, but that's going to happen as a race every year. So we really didn't think that was something that we could easily regulate and that we would be able to come up with a good number or a good density.
Attorney Brown, did you have something on this question?
I'm actually going back to my earlier comment on the statutory limit on the penalty associated with a violation of the ordinance. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that individuals are at risk of a criminal charge and would be convicted of a misdemeanor should they violate the ordinance. And that has a risk of criminal incarceration as well. It does not generally occur, but that is associated with misdemeanor in addition to the financial risk.
And then you would have to pay all the fees anyway. So is that right? It's a fine on top of the fees?
They do often impose court costs on offenders.
Yes, but then you still have to pay the registration fees to continue, right? So back to you, Commissioner Hughes.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the one other thought I had is have we considered limiting the number of licenses that can be owned by one person. In other words, I think all of us sort of think, well, it's nice for someone who has a casita in their backyard and wants to rent it out, and that's the only one they do. Perhaps it's not so nice for a corporation to buy 100 houses and basically create a hotel system in the county. Have we thought of that at all?
And Madam Chair, Commissioners, we did have that discussion, and we have found out through host compliance that we have multiple people that rent multiple houses, that are buying them up, renovating them, and renting them through a management company. Our concern is that if we have that, there's always ways around, and we see that with platting and with other land use items where you'll get a lot of different business owners or kind of different LLCs or whatever else, and it's going to be very difficult to track that. Now, somebody would have to set those up, but it would be difficult for us to track whether or not it's actually the same person. I don't know if legal has a better explanation than that as far as how people can still get multiple licenses themselves.
Yeah. Attorney Brown.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, we can certainly look into mechanisms for tracking, but certainly individuals can create multiple LLCs and buy a license in each name. It does make it more difficult if you're limiting to one entity having one license, and I'm sure that that's something that could be further explored prior to the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. I mean, of all the things we've talked about, it seems to me, because any of the limits sort of helps with any of the others, the easiest thing to limit might be just the total number of licenses, because that would be fairly straightforward. I think those are the only questions I have for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at the moment, we have 541 Airbnbs in town. So I'm trying to figure out what kind of number we would limit it to. And that's a really hard question because the county is really large. And, limiting the number, I'm more interested in limiting the number of Airbnbs on a street, than I am limiting the number of Airbnbs in the county, because that's a different impact. Like if I live in the city, but if I had an Airbnb on either side of me, I would be unhappy. Just because of what you're saying about community and neighborhood. But if, Casa Alegre has like 700 homes in it, and if there were, 30, 40 Airbnbs, that might be too many, I think it is a difficult situation of how do we limit that. And I think that we could continue to talk about that. But so I want to go back to this non-residential status. So what does that exactly mean? Does that mean they pay more taxes? Does that mean they're categorized commercial in a residential area? Could you explain that?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, our initial meeting with the county assessor, that is what he said, is that it would be non-residential. So it would lose the residential status, and that has several implications. At the moment, there's a 3% cap on valuations for residential, and also the cost of residential versus non-residential is different. So we do need to continue speaking with him and would ask that he come to a future meeting when we have a hearing so he can present exactly what that would mean. But our intention is to be able to have a tool that's kind of a what if, where you could put in your existing property information and what if I didn't have the cap, was non-residential, and had to pay that tax. What would it cost me at that point? And obviously, people that have bought up multiple of these would realize that, you know, maybe in a weekend or two they could make that additional money from a rental. But where we really want to make sure someone doesn't get themselves into a bad situation is for families that are maybe renting out a small casita, that they fully understand what that would mean. So I don't have all of the information, but we will ask the assessor to join at another hearing. And our intention would just be to get out that information so people would have that before they make the decision as to whether or not they are going to move to a short-term rental.
So let's say there's a person who has an old garage they converted that's part of their house, and this might be another question for the assessor, and they convert that to an Airbnb. Then how is the city dealing with that? Does the city have a way that they deal with this casita or an extra room? When I went to Europe and I used Airbnb, I stayed in somebody's bedroom one time, and another time I rented a whole apartment. But, you know,
and Madam Chair, Commissioners, we did have that discussion with the assessor, because we realized that there are some differences. Some people may live in the house and just rent out a room at a time. Some people may live in the house as their primary residence, but if they go away for 3 weeks, may want at that point to rent it. To pay for a vacation, but it's still their primary residence. And others may just be renting the entire house. So I think those are things that we still need to work out with the assessors and what that means, and to be able to get that in writing so people can use that to make a decision.
Okay, I know that, I appreciate all your work on this. I know it's taken quite some time, but the what ifs, the frequently asked questions. Is that what you're considering that, so that people, you know, will check a box and, you know, say, I've read the frequently asked questions, because we all know that people might say, oh, I want to have an Airbnb, and fill out everything, and then all of a sudden they find out, oh, my tax status has changed, and this has changed, and that has changed, and they didn't read the frequently asked questions. So is there some way that we can have them sign something like that? So instead of coming back to the commission and saying, oh, I didn't know, well, you signed this document saying you read these, and so that we have some protection, so to speak.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we have discussed that as being part of the application form. So not only would you have to state, yes, I'm in compliance with the fire requirements, there would be all the other requirements that we would request that people initial specifically, and the fact that they understand that their taxes are likely to change, we would include that. Again, when we move to the online permitting, that is something that we can implement for a lot of our permits.
That sounds great. Then on the frequently, the FTE. So I can understand that we might need an additional FTE. At the moment, who in land use and community services is going to be dealing with this?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, at the moment it will be our development review staff. So in this fiscal year, next fiscal year's budget, we did get another reviewer position, 2 reviewer positions. So we would specifically be looking at whether or not we can accommodate the licenses that would come in with our existing code enforcement officers. and how many violations we're hearing, how many enforcement complaints we've got. And the other area, I think, would be the fire department. I believe Jama's here. But again, if they're going to go out and inspect all of these, the key first is to be able to get that information out to the public as to what the requirements are for fire. So when the fire department does go out for an inspection, someone's already known what's expected of them, and it should be a faster inspection. But again, that may be an area, in order to do these timely, that the fire department may look for another inspector.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that your staff wasn't overburdened because they already have a lot on their plate.
I would say that my staff are processing more permits now and more subdivisions than we have in the past 15 years, probably. And they are overburdened, which was why we requested more FTEs. I'm just hoping that we're able to hire them and get people on board. If
yes,
you know of
too.
anyone, we're doing rapid hiring this weekend.
Yes. So, Madam Chair, I think that is all the questions I have, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Roybal, did you have something?
No, I think most of my questions were answered. So this is a renewable permit. How difficult will it be for somebody to renew their permit? Is it something they just have to pay an annual fee that they could do online, or is there going to be a process to that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, we will want them to verify that the situation is still the same, that they're still doing off-street parking, et cetera, et cetera. They would need to bring in their water meter readings if they've have previously had a requirement for metering their well. And we would also want to look to see whether or not that property had reported enforcement actions and violations on it. So we would still do that. I believe fire would still look every year at going out and making sure that the property is safe, has the working smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, fire extinguisher, and egress to each bedroom and through the house.
Okay, and just I think we all know what short-term rentals mean here on the dais, but can you just give a definition of that, just for the edification of our constituents that might be listening?
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioners, a short-term rental would be a unit that is rented for any time less than 30 days. So you could rent for one, maybe sometimes they have 3 or 5 day rental limits on them as far as that's a minimum, but it's when you can rent for less than 30 days.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So it occurs to me there have been a few fairly substantive questions having to do with potential limitations, number of rentals, and other aspects that presumably, if there were, depending on discussion and public input and all kinds of things, could lead to changes, right, in the ordinance. I'd like to just ask the process, if we publish title and summary, does that preclude further changes to this ordinance and would have to be published again? Or what's the process? Attorney Brown?
Madam Chair, when the ordinance comes before you and you hear public input, you have a certain amount of leeway to make revisions to the ordinance prior to adopting it. You can opt to have additional public hearings, but as long as the scope of the changes is contemplated now and as we move forward, it doesn't sound like it would necessarily require additional hearings. That's really discretionary on your point.
Weren't we contemplating 2 public hearings on this? In any case?
Madam Chair, yes, the board has previously requested that land use items have 2 public hearings.
Right.
When it's an SLDC change, we usually do that in front of the Planning Commission and once to the board. But in this instance, we were intending to bring it twice to the board. So we could bring at the first public hearing some options for you with maybe some pros and cons to get some direction. And then if it was necessary, we could amend the legal noticing for the second public hearing.
Right. Well, I just wonder if there isn't some, I mean, there were some really some substantive questions asked, and we've had minimal discussion on them. Like, what are the, has there been consideration among staff about what the pros and cons are for, like, limiting total number of potential renters, or making some caps by street or region by region? I mean, when I think of the difference in impact between having an Airbnb in Glorieta Estates, you know, and El Dorado, and in some, you know, a neighborhood much closer to the city, it's substantial. I mean, you know, the rural to urban nature of the neighborhood would have an effect on the impacts. Have they been discussed by staff and legal?
Madam Chair, at a high level, but certainly for the first public hearing, what I got was the total number of short-term rentals, the density on any kind of given street or separation between short-term rentals, and the possible number per person of short-term rentals. We could bring back some wording for options with that, with some pros and cons at the first public hearing, and take direction from the board as far as what you would want us to move forward with. And that would allow us time as well to get additional public comment on those.
That sounds good. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I feel like having that kind of input as a starting point would be helpful to actually have some substantive discussion on that, and particularly in terms of pros and cons potentially related to, like, experiences from the city or from, I don't know, communities that would have some similarities to ours that we could draw inference from. Does that sound reasonable, Commissioner Hughes, since you asked several of those questions, and Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, Madam Chair, yeah, I think having some concrete options to consider would be great. Particularly, I think it sounded like limiting the number of owners might be a futile effort, but the other two, I think, were worth looking at, limiting the overall number. And I was joking with my wife that the overall number should be the number we have plus one, but I think there should probably be more leeway than that. I'm not sure. I mean, the city, I mean, if we were to say 1,000, for example, that would allow plenty of room for growth and settling out of the options while still having some limit. And I do think there's probably, if we think about it, there's probably some way to limit the density, you know, even maybe it's even a different limit, you know, depending on the zoning category. So if you're in a really dense area like Rancho Viejo, maybe it's one limit. If you're in the ranch area, maybe it's not quite so regulated. You know, because having the next ranch over be an Airbnb is probably not very annoying, but
yeah,
having in a dense community, having both neighbors be an Airbnb would be extremely annoying. So, but yeah, I would like to see options, and if we can do that while still going ahead with publishing title and general summary, so as not to slow the process down, I think that makes sense.
Right. And I just wanted to throw in, since it's apropos to that, and then I'll go to Commissioner Hanson, that it's hard to tell from the map. I just want to point out, as somebody who deals with data a lot, that was a very large-scale map with very large dots, and you can't really interpret density very well. Looks like, you know, an area is completely covered with short-term rentals, and you know, that may not be the perspective at all. So I don't know. You know, I would have to see more information, which is why, you know, part of the motivation for my question, because I don't know whether 541 existing rentals is nothing, is compared to most communities, or is outrageous. I just have no sense for what that actually means, and that would also be helpful to, think of those numbers. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a slightly different view about limiting the number than Commissioner Hughes says. I'd probably go to 1,500, just to make sure that we're not coming back like all of a sudden we have a line out the door, people saying, well, I want to do Airbnb, but at the same time, I don't know if that's a reality, if we're going to have that kind of input or not. But I do like the idea of making some changes. Possibly we could use the zoning map as a way to limit density. I know it makes more work for you, Penny, in changing the SLDC, but at the same time, if it's linked to the zoning of our zoning map, which is where we have our growth area, where we have density, where we have larger areas, that might be a way to create categories of how many Airbnbs could go in a certain area. And I think that's all I have to say. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. From this discussion, I was sitting here trying to think of what kind of additional information would be useful. And it seems to me that thinking about things somehow like community by community, and I'm using that word broadly, I think you could interpret it reasonably, like how the areas are zoned and what are considered communities, El Dorado, Glorieta, but then there are places that are, might be broken up more depending on if density of zoning is different. I think it would be helpful just to know how many residential houses there are in each community compared to how many, short-term rentals there are, because it would put some perspective on the 541 number. So for me, that would be a useful thing. Attorney Brown?
Madam Chair, given all of the variations that are coming up and the requests for additional data, there is nothing to prevent us from bringing this back again prior to moving forward with publishing title and general summary, so that you have more certainty as to what you're bringing forward to the public, if that's preferable to you.
I would take input from the commissioners on that. Are you suggesting that it get tabled to the next meeting so that we can get, that's the option you're putting forward?
You could opt to table it, or you could opt to simply instruct that we not publish title and general summary, and we bring back all of the data you're asking for and some variations,
right,
for you to make a determination as to what you want to publish title and general summary on.
Is there a preference on commissioners? What would you like to do?
I thought I would be ready to publish title and general summary, but.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think I might ask Penny if she has a preference for which would be easier for her.
Can you even get the data that we asked for in 2 weeks or 4 weeks?
Madam Chair, if we were to table, it would need to be at least a month. My packet material is due for the next meeting tomorrow, so we would need several weeks to be able to look at that. Really, whichever way works best for the board, as well as the information that I had said before that we would bring back. We could also bring back mapping, kind of blow-ups from the communities to show you that as like number of actual dwellings there and number of short-term rentals, and you'd be able to see if we had mapping kind of like focusing in on communities, how many there really seem to be. And remembering that number does fluctuate. It's been anywhere between 500 and 600. It depends what's active at the time. So they do a search, and this morning it was 541.
Yes, 700.
But it would be able to give you that kind of information. We could also look at doing densities just based on specific zoning districts and say, okay, traditional community has smaller lots, we'll do a separation there, and on residential community, residential estate, but when you get to rural at 40 acres and ag ranch, we won't have a separation. So there's a lot of different options we could bring back.
Okay. I would think that having a little more information laid out the way you just did would be also useful to get meaningful public input, because I would think that if we have the questions about what does this really mean and what would I object to, other people public might have it too. Commissioner Roybal, do you have thoughts on this?
Right now, I still would like to see how it'll look and see what the restrictions will look like, because I think that's going to make a big difference as far as making sure we get people in compliance to work with us on that. So I'm still interested. I think the city is a little bit too restrictive, so I'd like to see what we can come up with.
So I have one person who's ready to publish, one person who wants to wait. Commissioner Hughes, are you thinking which way?
Well, my normal inclination is to always want to charge ahead, but I think perhaps the wiser thing to do would be to table it for now and allow more time to think about it. Going against my normal inclination, but sometimes that's the best thing.
So I don't think we need to title, I don't think we need to table it. I think we just need to not publish and title
Right
general.
now, like bring it back in a month?
Yeah, is that correct?
Am I understanding that you're looking for a motion to bring this back at a future meeting for further discussion and publication of title and general summary?
Correct. Is
at
that
the
the
next
motion?
meeting?
We're looking for a motion. I would entertain a motion to Commissioner Hanson.
I'll make a motion to bring back publish title and general summary in a month at the end of July meeting, if that works for you, Penny.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we'll bring it back as soon as we can. It may not be early July, it may be a little later, just because that would only give me 2 weeks.
Right, that's why I said the end of July.
Okay.
Which is 6 weeks.
We can aim on that.
Okay, so that's my motion.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Excellent. Thanks so much for the discussion. Thank you,
Thank
Penny,
you.
because I know this is a huge amount of work. And thank you, Attorney Brown, for the options. Oh my gosh. So it brings us back into presentations, and I think we are on 7B, which is presentation of the 2019 inventory of countywide greenhouse gas emission results. And I assume is Jacqueline. Yes, you are here. You were hiding in plain sight. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to present on our 2019 greenhouse gas emissions countywide inventory. And I am Jacqueline Beam, the Sustainability Manager for the Sustainability Office within the Community Development Department. And I'm accompanied by Adeline Murthy, the Sustainability Specialist, who's also the Project Manager and lead for this inventory and report. What we will be presenting to you today is mainly the highlights, and the full report is in your packet.
I think if the gentleman wants to have a conversation with Penny, maybe he could take it outside. Um,
The greenhouse gas inventory was calculated for the year of 2019. And the reason for that is because it is the most recent non-pandemic year. And this creates a baseline with which we can use to implement targeted programs in the future to reduce those emissions. We partnered with ICLEI, which is the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, and they really set the standard for best practices on tracking and data collection for greenhouse gas emissions for local governments worldwide now, and are recognized by the UN for that. And so we feel very confident in our membership with them and their support. We will be going over what is included within the greenhouse gas inventory, as well as what was excluded and the reasons behind that, the results, the comparison to other counties, and key takeaways and strategies for reducing our emissions and our next steps. This is information only, and no fiscal impact or action is required, yet I would be remiss if I did not recognize that the former presentation on fire and the impact that we're already having on our planet. So we can use this as a baseline in understanding how we can move forward and reduce our impacts in the future. And is this, sorry, do I need to do it? So, okay. All right, okay. All right, thank you. So in order to put us into context, this journey began in 2013, and that was through the Resolution 2013-7, which really sets us up to lead by example. And then following, the county in 2017 adopted and supported the goals of the Paris Agreement to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. In 2019, the county approved the creation of the greenhouse gas inventory, which was for our operations. And in April 2022, or 2021, sorry, my eyes are not as young as they used to be, the county joined the Race to Zero, which further solidified our commitment and really made us think further into the future in our buildings and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2030 is the pledge that the county has agreed to. And in 2021, in May, the Board of County Commissioners approved publishing the Operational Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventory Report. And now, in January 2022, to bring us more current, the Board of County Commissioners voted to adopt the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reduction Plan for our operational emissions. And with that, I will ask Adeline to dig into the data and details and pass it on.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Adeline Murphy. I'm a Sustainability Specialist in the Community Development Department. This greenhouse gas inventory includes emissions from energy use in buildings and facilities, transportation and other mobile sources, solid waste, wastewater treatment, potable water treatment and supply, land use, and fugitive emissions from natural gas distribution. The data was collected from a variety of sources, including directly from the multiple utilities that serve the county, as well as from national agencies such as the Census Bureau, Energy Information Administration, and Environmental Protection Agency. The inventory includes the three primary types of greenhouse gases: carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. These are aggregated into a standard unit called carbon dioxide equivalent, which takes into account the different global warming potentials of each gas. Several types of emissions were not included from the inventory, either because they were outside the scope of the intended inventory or because the data was unavailable, but emissions were determined to be minimal. These include life cycle emissions from the consumption of goods by community members, emissions from refrigerants, emissions from the use of natural gas and other types of fuels such as propane in industry, point source industrial emissions that were not reported to the EPA, meaning they are below a certain threshold of emissions, methane emissions from closed landfills, emissions from other non-utility fuels such as wood burning, and emissions from less common types of aviation such as helicopter flights and sightseeing tours. This is a graphic of total emissions in 2019, which were nearly 1.6 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Nearly half were from transportation and mobile sources, while residential energy contributed to 1/4 of emissions and commercial energy to 17%. The remaining sectors combined contributed to 11% of emissions. On a per-person basis, emissions in Santa Fe County were lower than the U.S. average, which is the far right bar. And nationwide, only a handful of counties have conducted recent greenhouse gas emissions inventories, such as Montgomery County in Maryland and Boulder County in Colorado. This shows us that Santa Fe County is at the leading edge of this type of work nationwide, particularly among more rural communities. Santa Fe County had higher per person emissions than Montgomery County and lower than Boulder County. Broken down by sector, Santa Fe County's transportation emissions were higher than those two other counties relative to total emissions, while emissions from commercial energy were lower. The results of the inventory show us that the county needs to prioritize emission reduction efforts in transportation and in residential and commercial buildings, since these sectors contributed to 89% of measured emissions. In addition, gasoline passenger vehicles was the single largest source of emissions in the county, contributing to almost 1/3 of inventoried emissions. Clearly, the county is more car-centric in its infrastructure than some other counties in denser areas may be. In addition, many members of the workforce travel long distances to work in Santa Fe County. According to the 2020 Santa Fe County Housing Study, nearly 40% of workers commute from outside Santa Fe County, with 22% of those having a commute that is longer than 50 miles. Addressing transportation emissions presents a challenge that is entangled with the rising cost of living and inaccessibility of affordable housing in the county. Innovative land use planning is needed to create environments where community members can work and live in Santa Fe County with minimal use of a vehicle. This underscores the need for an equity-centered approach to climate action planning. Thank you, and now I will pass it back to Jacqueline Beam, who will go over some additional strategies to reduce emissions.
Thank you, Adeline. So going forward, even though this is an inventory and really just tells us where we are currently, we will be digging into this much deeper, and we're continuing to work with ICLEI on a strategy and plan. And some of the areas of focus that are considered best practices are, of course, to support policy, which would be for EV transportation and infrastructure, as well as energy efficiency and renewable energy in the built environment. And while we know that the built environment, that's lower hanging fruit right now, so it might be an area that we want to concentrate on while the EV infrastructure is happening. And so we're always looking at opportunities and the best way to approach the areas that are considered the highest impact actions. But also thinking about smart growth and smart development. How can we reduce our vehicle miles traveled or the need for vehicle miles traveled? How can we promote bicycling, walking, pedestrian traffic as opposed to those miles that are needed for commuting into the county? And it's also entangled, obviously, with the cost of living here, and housing prices are really high, and so that's a challenge that's going to take several years to untangle. And so our goal is to really look at the things that we can control immediately, and through our policies affect change. And then also through incentivizing energy efficiency and electrification for all residents. And we're hoping that we'll see more funding for this coming from the federal government in the future. And also increasing the use of renewable energy, which we have begun in our community solar ordinance changes, hopefully, which will be within the next month or so. And then looking at ways that we can promote renewable energy through funds and access to funding for loans. So the Climate Action Plan, the Climate Action Plan is our next step, and we have a list of these priorities, which are considered high-impact actions that will help with mitigation, adaptation, resiliency, and equity as the goals within the Climate Action Plan. And ICLEI has guided this list for us, and so we will be working in many different areas, all of the sectors that we've reported upon, but we're also incredibly excited about working with NCS currently, which is a focus on nature-based solutions as well. And that's part of the low-hanging fruit that we're talking or referring up to. And that includes ecosystem services and inventory to see where we stand in the county in our ecosystem services, or what's nature doing now for free. And then also risk assessments to those ecosystem services. And both of those will be used to inform our climate adaptation strategies. So it's critical that we are oriented towards the 2030 goals, which is really reduction. Just like the 3 R's of reduction, or reduce, recycle, reuse, we really need to start thinking about reducing immediately. And that is something that we can all do in all of our households and as a county. Because this is a county-wide inventory, we are really looking to promote and incentivize in ways that are beyond our operations. And so we'll be reaching out with education and awareness programs as well. We need to plan ahead and be in concert with the rapidly changing trends around the grid decarbonization and advancement of heat pumps, as well as EV technologies. And we believe the best programs are those that create tangible local benefit, create healthy cities, while addressing community resilience and equity. And with that, I will stand for any questions along with Adeline Murthy. And I do want to acknowledge Adeline will be leaving our division to move on to the Open Spaces division as the senior planner. And so I just want to thank her for leaving this groundwork behind for us, because we now have a very solid trail to follow in our endeavors.
Excellent. Before I go to people's comments, I'm going to, very well done, and thank you for this, and congratulations, Adeline, and yikes. A hole to fill. And it's very nice to take off leaving on a high note. That's not the articulate way I wanted to say that, but having left producing something that's very workable and will lead someplace is outstanding. I know Commissioner Hanson had her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Adeline, for all your work on this. I'm glad you're not leaving the county. I'm glad you're only moving to open space. So we're grateful for that. But we're sorry to lose you in sustainability. And thank you for your work also on this. I'm really glad that the partnership with IGLE is fruitful and beneficial. I think they are doing a lot of good work throughout the United States, throughout the world, and have made a big impact. And so being a member is a great thing for Santa Fe County. As you could just see from the previous presentation on the forest and what it says in the Paris Agreement about reforestation and not deforestation, I asked Sarah to send you the white paper and cover letter that I sent out to our congressional delegation, because I think that we do have to start thinking about how we're dealing with the forest, even though that is not a huge carbon issue for us right now. If we had a forest fire in the Sangre de Cristos on the west side, it would be massively impact to us and definitely increase our carbon output. So anything that we can do there, I think, is really important. I'm glad that we are leading the way. I'm wondering what you think about the fact that now that gas prices have gone up to $5 and we do have the rail runner. Do you think that, I did read in the paper the other day that, or maybe it was today, I don't know, that traffic or ridership on the rail runner is increasing. So if that's so, do you think public transportation has an ability to help us in any way with our transportation and mobile sources?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I'm seeing some trends that started even before this, before the gas price increase, in the ways that we've adapted to COVID, working from home, just recognizing that we don't necessarily need our vehicles as much as we thought that we did. And as technology improves and we learn this new way of being, I think we are just naturally going to evolve and move towards ways that are cleaner and more efficient and healthier for all of us. So the gas prices is a natural, it obviously does affect those that are of lower income more. And so ways that we can mitigate that effect, I think, are important, and that's where we need to maybe start thinking in terms of bike lanes and public transportation, and encourage alternative transportation.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, and it is unfortunate that definitely the lower income people are the ones that usually need to travel the furthest to get to their jobs and are not usually capable always at working from home. And so, thinking about that is a really important thing. So you did continually mention that this greenhouse gas is for the county. How do you incorporate the city of Espanola, the city of Santa Fe, the city of Edgewood into this, and how are we working with them?
I'm going to defer to the data collector, Adeline Murphy.
Thanks. Madam Chair, Commissioners, so the purpose of a local greenhouse gas inventory is to specifically measure areas that are under that can be influenced by government policies. However, this inventory includes everything within the geographical boundaries of Santa Fe County, so that includes areas outside of the county's jurisdiction, like the towns and cities and tribal areas, and also federal and state land. However, the county level is the scale at which that data is available. So that's why it's a geographical inventory and not an inventory of like what is under the county's jurisdiction.
So as we work to reduce this, are we working with the cities and counties and towns to also find out what they're doing to reduce this? Or, you know, is there, they do have a sustainable department at the city. I don't know what Espanola has. I don't know what Edgewood has, but.
Yeah, so we, Madam Chair, Commissioners, we do have a very open dialogue with the city's sustainability office, City of Santa Fe. And they are implementing a lot of programs to reduce emissions, particularly in their buildings, like the Solarize Santa Fe program, which provided solar to, I think, 50 households this year at a reduced cost in their building upon that program in future years. And they have their own sustainability goals that are very much so aligned with the counties. So we are always working in conjunction with them. Also through the Coalition of Sustainability Communities of New Mexico, we're always up to date on which programs they're implementing, and that network acts as kind of like a knowledge exchange with us and the City of Santa Fe.
Thank you. I think the coalition is a great tool that we all have to benefit from. And then my last question is, once we get community solar online, and how are we going, like a woman called me yesterday and said, well, I don't know if I want to put solar on my house, and I didn't say to her, well, you could join a community solar, because I didn't feel like I had enough information to tell her how to get into a community solar program at the moment. So as we start rolling that out, I think that would be a really good project to start offering to constituents to get them into community solar, because that would be another way for us to reduce our residential energy.
Yes, absolutely. Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, the Santa Fe County Sustainability Office has a website that's dedicated to solar, and we act as a point of contact for residents and businesses who are interested in installing solar. We help them answer questions on how to navigate that process, and we will absolutely be including information there about how to sign up for community solar, and telling the community about how to apply for community solar through other avenues as well, such as the Sustainability Office's newsletter and also media campaigns.
That sounds great. And so thank you very, very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes, and then I'll go down to.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I actually don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank you for the presentation and say that I'm really looking forward to some really concrete recommendations of what the County Commission can do to move us all along toward net zero, as we all know we need to do. Thank you very much, and congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roybal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same thing, you know, I'm really glad that you're staying at the county. You know, it's good that you're going into another field that, you know, you want to try and expand your, I guess, your knowledge. And so we appreciate it, because we know that you'll be an asset anywhere here at the county. So we appreciate that you're staying here. The other thing I wanted to ask is, and I've asked before in the past, if there's any way we can look at the possibility of like recycle bins at some of our community centers. I had a a little girl come here probably 6 years ago and gave a presentation. She lives in my community in El Rancho, and she wanted to see if the county could put some sort of recycle bins, and she kind of went on to talk about, reducing our carbon footprint and how everybody needs to try and recycle. And I thought it was really neat to see her. She was probably, I'm going to say maybe between 6 and 8 years old, but she came and did a presentation to the commission at that point. I think I'm probably the only commissioner that was here during that time, but I thought it was really great, but we never got anything put out at any of the facilities, the senior centers or community centers. I think it was more of a challenge of people are going to just be throwing trash in them, and it'd be hard to maintain. But I know we talked about some of the recycle bins actually have like the shape of a bottle, so you can only put bottles and things like that in those recycle bins. But I don't know if that's possibly something we could look at in the future to try and put those out there. I know personally I recycle plastic, cardboard, everything glass that I can, and I know sometimes that seems like it fills up a lot faster than my trash. So I think that would be a benefit even if we could do it once a week in communities. If we had a vehicle that could go and collect recyclables, I think that would be good. But I don't know if that's something we could look at in the future. But thank you guys, great presentation, and I appreciate all your hard work.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, thank you. We'll start a conversation with Public Works to see if that's a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you, and Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal. We are actively working on increasing our recycling rates right now, and we do have dedicated staff to that goal. So that is something that we will be focusing on. Right now, we're at a much lower percent than the national average, and so we would like to bring our percentage up to 30%. I believe right now it's 12, 13, 17, something. It's low. So it's something we need to work on, and is definitely a way to reduce emissions even further. I don't know if you remember that graph that we put up on the screen, but it's a smaller portion of our emissions. So as staff, we're focused on the immediate areas that will have the most impact, and that right now is transportation and buildings, but it certainly doesn't mean that all of the other areas and sectors go away.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. There were just a couple of quick things. You've made such great and substantive progress on this. One of the next steps you talk about is conducting climate risk and vulnerability assessment, which is great. Everything else is listed as collaboratively identified. So I'm sure you're working interdepartmentally, but I just wanted to throw out there that you might, in case you're not, haven't interacted with Assistant Chief Martin Vigil. It's in a particular area, but he put a lot of effort into developing risks and vulnerabilities having to do with fire and flood and that sort of thing. So there is a tremendous overlap that I wanted to point out. And the other interesting thing was, just a week ago, I read a scientific paper that was a meta-analysis of several hundred community climate action plans around the country. And one of their questions was how many of them went from the planning to implementation stage. And that's all over the place in a lot of applications, kind of the big brick wall. That's the big bugaboo. And one of the principal reasons in their analysis, they identified was because very few of the action plans actually set priorities. And you can easily imagine why. That's such a difficult thing to do. But I could imagine that giving information around the actions that you propose that would allow priority decisions to be made would be a really valuable thing. And I just wanted to throw that out there because this is such a valuable thing to do. And it's not something we want to see done and then, not that anybody does paper reports anymore, but the classic, report on the bookshelf. We want it to be able to be an implementable thing. Jen, I know your goal, but, you know.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, absolutely. And you may all know I'm former military, so I don't do any strategy without action. To a fault sometimes. I'm sure others might not agree with that philosophy all the time, but we should talk about it more. But I feel that in our planning, action has to be a part of the process as well as feasibility. We really need to be practical about how we choose to go forward. And it does absolutely require an interdepartmental collaboration.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Are there other questions or comments? This was just wonderful. Really hope we see you periodically because these are great updates to have and really appreciate your work on them.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Commissioner Hanson?
What is this buzzing noise?
You hear that too? I thought I was going crazy. There's a repeating throbbing buzz that's... No, it's not coming from up there. It's coming from over here.
Paul's going to come up and listen to it with us.
You don't hear it? Thank you.
I heard you complaining all the time.
It was maybe...
I had no idea what it was.
Okay. I'm relieved. Thank you, Paul. That's what we need, more whimsy. Okay. That takes us to the presentation 7C concerning financing tools for development. And Joseph Montoya, welcome. While Commissioner Hanson and I recover from our little trauma up here, you can give us a...
Madam Chair, members of the community, thank you very much for allowing us to present today. You can see how a lot of the issues we talked about today just are related to both land use, carbon reduction, and one other aspect we're going to bring to you today is the issue of finance. How do we pull these things together from a financial standpoint that we have a far more livable community as it might be. This presentation is about several things. One, just kind of inform you where we are with our economic development plan, what financial tools we're kind of implementing with part of that economic development plan, and then two specific kind of projects that are coming in a little before that we wanted to get a gist of in terms of what your thoughts are and things of that nature. So because at least in one of them, there's a large amount of capital, necessity for a large amount of capital available. So we want to get a feeling from you. This is it's a standard public policy. It's standard public processes that have been used throughout the state. But again, we just want to inform you a little more about it. With that, so one of the things that we've done, as you may remember, then County Manager Schaefer, who was actually the County Attorney Schaefer, had provided you with a presentation of economic development tools or finance tools available to be able to assist in the development of infrastructure. That was based on a previous internal conversation that we had had in terms of tools that we should use to be able to assist in the development, from my perspective, opportunities for economic development and opportunities for affordable housing. And County Manager Schaefer had presented several of the things that are currently on our books. The Community Development Department took those, and we've reformatted those in terms of kind of inserting kind of policy issuances in there and inserting kind of programmatic ways in terms of to make it easier to be able to use these tools and to be able to kind of market them. Those are currently in legal being reviewed right now. The idea is that these kind of tools not only are used throughout the state, and the county has not been taking a big advantage of many of these tools. and we are in dire need of them. And one of the biggest reasons, after 2008, lots of the smaller banks who used to be able to provide financing for public infrastructure or infrastructure that will become publicly owned and operated were closed down because they were the only ones lending for development. And so because of that, there's been a dearth of finance and capital to be able to provide the necessary infrastructure, such as water, sewer, streets, and things of that nature. And so what we wanted to do is make sure that we're involved in the public policy process about providing assistance where we can to be able to elicit our goals in terms of providing economic development opportunities for folks, jobs, new businesses, and of course, affordable housing for folks. There's not a lot of changes to the ordinance themselves, just so you know. They're statutory, right? We can't change state law. We can only make sure that we add kind of policies on overlays and systems in places to make them far more available to us. And that will come as a package. It could either come before, during, or slightly after that we present to you a new economic development plan. Just so you know, the economic development plan will be approved by ordinance because it will be approved by ordinance because it's part of the Economic Development Act, which is an enter-the-nation clause issue in terms that allows us to be able to provide benefits to folks under a specific economic development plan that we wouldn't normally otherwise be able to do. And we do have an actually ordinance in place currently right now. We do have an economic development plan in place. However, it reads more like just a series of projects, right? There's no kind of valuation into it. There's no policy about it. There's no thought process. There's no theoretically modeling. Well, this is what we feel that's going on. Here's how we can support it. There was no analysis. So we've taken a great deal of time in terms of our desire to be able to really make a comprehensive economic development plan for you. And as we're pointing out here, the goal is to, that process is to just provide more clarity and allow folks to be able to be access to the tools that we have available to us and that you've actually already approved for us to be able to move forward. So I did want, my apologies, I did want to introduce two folks that are in the audience, just in case you might have questions that I may not be able to answer to you. First of all, I have David Buckles of the Rotary firm. David is one of the foremost, or from my perspective, the foremost public finance attorney in the state. We're very lucky to have his cooperation on one of the projects that we'll be speaking about in the future here, or in a few moments. And we also have Krista Crelli of Motiva, who's also a consultant with another project. There it is, and you know her face. She's actually worked with the Community Services Department and the Community Development Department in the past as a development consultant. So, we have several tools that we have at our disposal, or that we want to increase those tools at our disposal relative to this economic development plan that we're proposing for you. One of it is, of course, bonds, and you've seen examples of us using bonds, for instance. We just recently approved a bond issuance and resolution, and this is the second one, actually, the second resolution the Rotary firm was actually involved with at that time, for a movie studio. And so that this was a common form of using our capacity to be able to bond and pass on lower cost financing to those developers. In addition, we've used LEDA projects. We want to substantially increase the amount of projects that we use for LEDA based on the policies that we're putting in the economic development plan, meaning that we will be using our own assets to be able to assist developments, or not necessarily developments, but businesses, specifically businesses, in a targeted fashion relative to what we've produced in terms of the economic development plan. Then we have special assessment districts, and this is one of the conversations we're going to have today in terms of PIDs, TIDs, SIDs. And this is a way to be able to elicit public financing, to be able to use the auspices of the county and the ability of the county to bond, providing lower cost financing, and then being able to pass on that lower cost financing to developers for things that actually we will eventually own anyway, right? So this is a classic way that the state of New Mexico has provided counties and municipalities for public partnerships. And this is a kind of common model that we use in terms of we can't do it all. It's very difficult for us to build all the streets, all the roads, as as we have seen, right? All the infrastructure. And developers can't do it all themselves either. So we need to be able to be able to work with communities to develop the kind of communities that we're looking for, especially as it relates, as we just spoke about, in terms of kind of communities that lower our carbon footprint. And I think that's an essential part of what we're trying to achieve. And then another one of the areas that will be increasing or hope to increase with your authority is loans and pass-through financing. So we have an example today about a possibility of pass-through financing. Nothing is set in stone here. We're being fairly innovative in terms of what we want to do in that. So I don't want to say this is going to happen in any way, but I just want to say that we're on a solid model, and we're going to work towards see if we can use this way of passing through financing in another way, again, for public infrastructure, for infrastructure development, to be able to assist one of our corporate partners. So just to talk about the first thing that we're going to talk about here is PIDs. The PIDs are Public Improvement Districts. There's so many acronyms, I lost my mind a long time ago, so I'm happy that I remembered that one. And we had several examples for you that we have put in here. One of the biggest ones is the Mesa del Sol project. Just to be clear, I was a consultant to the Mesa del Sol project, both in terms of finance and affordability. And if you recall, that was one of the larger developments that had been produced in conjunction with the city of Albuquerque in order to, one, to be able to, and the state of New Mexico. The state of New Mexico had some land there. We needed to provide infrastructure development. We wanted to provide affordable housing. We wanted to provide economic opportunities. And as you know, that is where a large film industry has increased and has really been highly supported by the institution there, and it has made a great return on the investment. The other ones that we talked about here were based in Albuquerque, Wandabo Hills, and Inspiration PIDs. These are kind of along the lines that both the Bernalillo County, the City of Santa, and the City of Albuquerque have been used to be able to assist in bids. This is nothing new to the state of New Mexico, nothing new to the kind of finance organizations who have been dealing with this, nothing new to David, who has been involved in probably at least a fourth of these, if not half of them, throughout the whole state. However, just to be clear, it is new to the county of Santa Fe. And so this is why we wanted to take this opportunity to be able to talk about a possibility of a PID that's coming up very soon here, a possibility with your direction. And so just to be short, we use our bonding authority to be able to upfront money that is later paid back by the homeowners or the people who buy lots and buy units. And what happens, and where this becomes kind of politically sensitive, is there's an extra bill when you're paying your property tax, right? There's another levy on it that shows up, you're paying for this infrastructure. And so we wanted to make sure that you're aware of this and making sure that there's full disclosure before we move forward, because there's a huge amount of capitalization cost before we move forward to it, and we want to feel confident, not that you can approve it, nor do we wish you to approve it now, because there's an enormous amount of work that has to be done before we get to that place. Let's see what my next slide says here. Yeah. So specifically what we want to talk a little bit about is Oshara Village, and there's at least one person on the dais who's very aware of this particular development and what's happened historically in this particular area. From a land use standpoint, Oshara Village and the new Oshara Village is within our planned development code. It is part of the community college district. It's already approved, as you have already seen, it had its approvals already. So from a land use perspective, this is kind of already a solid institutional system. We know exactly what it is we want to produce and how we want to produce it. From an engineering standpoint, there's been a lot of engineering work along with our Public Works Department in terms of making sure that it does two different things. One, that takes people off a system now that's close to failing, and it will provide better, more efficient service, and provide us with liquid gold, as it might be, to be able to assist in some of the areas that we need assistance with. So it's a win-win situation from that. What we are lacking is a way to actually financially achieve it. And so what we want to be able to do is use this PID process in order to be able to achieve our goals of financing the infrastructure line. I put some just issues in there. The question for us, and again, this is already an ordinance that you have in place. What we'll be adding later on this process is kind of process issues, just to make it very clear to people how to be able to acquire this. Since David has worked with us for many years, his firm, the Rotary firm, has worked with us for many years, and of course, there's already been consultations with our finance people on our side that we employ, and there's been initial conversations already with the county manager's staff and with the growth management department, I believe, so if my understanding is correctly. We've come to a conceptual level of what it is that we've back of the envelope kind of financing issues. So we believe at this stage we're based on the total number of units and both of the length, the engineering that it takes for this line, that the assessment will be somewhere equal to the property tax rate of that one would normally assume the property tax rate based on certain assumptions and certain size and valuations. So we wanted to make you aware of that in order to understand what the cost of this PID is. Generally speaking, because there's nobody there yet, it's not a surprise to anybody, we want to make sure that the process is done appropriately. So just so you know, both statutorily and according to our ordinance, we have to create a committee. You actually appoint 2 members to that committee. Generally speaking, you want to have your finance people on that committee. And what we do is we do a financial analysis, we do market projection analysis, we do engineering analysis, we look in terms of what the overhead is to be able to make sure that we're operating this appropriately. We make sure that we understand all the variables that the variables are in there. And then what we do is we make sure we package it in a manner by which it's sellable, right? Because we're actually selling this product on the open bond market to be able to finance these issues. So when the only times when we say the rubber hits the road, as it might be, is when people receive a tax bill and they have this thing on, just like in the city of Albuquerque, you have several different lines, and in Santa Fe too, the city of Santa Fe too, where you have different lines on it. This will be a line on their tax bill indicating why they paid for it and what it was for. It's vitally important that we go out of our way to make sure that the marketing of this and people are fully aware of this when this happens, so that there is no issues of people feeling that they're going to be in any way, that they wasn't aware of that, anything of that nature. And that usually is the biggest issues that we talk about. What we're coming to you today with is to just make sure that you understand what this is about and the capital that's taken to be able to get to the point where we can actually truly inform you in terms of the depth of this type of project. I'm personally very excited about this possibility because it allows us to be able to think about ways that we can partner in order to be assisting with development at actually no real cost to us. Just so you know, the development itself has to pay for not only the cost of all the studies that it had and the issuers and the bond issuance, it also pays for staff costs. And if I'm not mistaken, the ordinance says that there's a $5,000 check originally, if I'm not mistaken. But so it's not, there's very little chance of the county actually losing money on this kind of issue. I did want to bring up that in the past, there was a development that did go bankrupt. Now, since that time, there has been substantial changes to the law, and many of us that were doing those kind of things had input in terms of those laws, and so they're very bulked up, and there's been many PIDs doing such that time because there's a lot more confidence in the market about them. So I just wanted to point that out, that there is a history of a development that had gone about. It's a very large development, and it was very hard to deal with, and there was some negativity and appropriate negativity because the homework was not done appropriately. So it's very important that we do our homework appropriately and that you have the right folks around making sure that those decisions that are made in terms of the finance aspect of this are clear and capable. With that, I think, I don't know if David, if you had anything to offer in addition to that?
If I could, Joseph and Madam Chair, before we get to that, I just wanted to highlight a few things, and I'm sorry to cut off Mr. Buchholz at the pass. We're talking about a potential PID application. Just want to make clear that that's separate and apart from any land use matter that may come before the board relative to this particular project. In other words, we're just talking conceptually about a financing tool, not any land use approvals, number one. Number two, the purpose of coming forward to the board to give greater context was really to take a non-binding, get a non-binding reaction of the board. Is this something that the board would even contemplate in terms of a financing mechanism? Because the cost of putting together a full-blown application is not insubstantial. And so if it is a non-starter use of this financing tool, which this Board of County Commissioners has never utilized, then the potential applicant would just as soon then spend their efforts looking at other financing options that may be available to them. So I just wanted to clarify the reason and augment what Joseph said in his presentation in terms of bringing this forward, as we hope to give a very high-level overview of what that potential PID could look like. It is subject to change, and it would all be based upon the analysis that would be brought forward in a full-blown application. And again, nothing that the board does here today is binding on it in any legal sense. But it is really to just ask that sort of threshold question: should we be spending our resources elsewhere rather than attempting to put together a package and going down what is not an insubstantial application process? I hope that clarifies what we were hoping to get today. Go ahead, Mr. Buchholz.
Just a few things. David Buchholz from the Rotary Law Firm. First, I'm very glad to be here in person today. I think it's the first meeting that I've come to in quite some time. I know I've appeared before you on Zoom over the last couple of years, but it's very good to be back here. I agree with all the comments that Joseph and the county manager made. There are other matters going on that I'm not directly involved with. Those matters are not before you today, and we're not here to prejudice your views on any of that. And as to this particular matter, all we are here is to sort of explain in advance how this might work. Nothing you're talking about today or nothing we talk about today will bind anybody. My client will have significant application to put together. We'll probably be before you at least twice in the future with actual actions, but that's down the road. The PID, as Joseph explained, is a tool that's been used over the last 20 years in a variety of jurisdictions, from Farmington all the way down to Carlsbad, and, Doñana County, Santa Teresa, and Sutherland Park. Significant use in Albuquerque, in Rio Rancho, in Sandoval County, and in Bernalillo County. But Santa Fe County has not completed a PID transaction. It does have a PID ordinance, which is a policy ordinance, which is based on what others have done. Joseph, I understand, is working on some updates to that, and of course we'll be happy to provide input on that when it's appropriate. But the concept here is, as was explained, it is a mechanism to assess the particular property owners in the future of these particular lots in a way that disclosure is made to them before they purchase the lots. And then those assessments are on the property tax bill and pay for financing over time. The county is not responsible in any way for that payment. The only thing that the county will do is be to form the district, and the district will provide financing based solely on those assessment payments. Indicated, we think very preliminarily, about a $5,000 a year per homeowner in that district, something that would be, frankly, comparable to what their property tax would be if there was no PID. But we did some very back-of-the-envelope calculations, and we think we're talking about a property that, when developed, would be in the range of about $5,000. Importantly, again, as Joseph mentioned, the statutes have been revised over time. There was a problem in Rio Rancho in a project that was developed by the Albuquerque Academy. The Great Recession came. It went into some bankruptcy and litigation, then came out, fortunately, successfully. There was very good work done in the legislature, a combined effort of now Senate Pro Tem Stewart, who was in the House at that time, and then Representative Harper, who is one of the very smart people in the House on finance matters. They cooperated together to clean up the PID statute so that we now have things that took care of the issues that occurred in that one transaction. That's how we go forward. There are probably 15 to 20 PIDs across the state that have moved through this process. And of course, you know, happy to answer as many questions as you have, but I think today we're just here to familiarize you with that concept, talk a little bit about what we intend to do with staff going forward, and then we'll come back in a formal way, we hope, later on down the road. And with that, I won't keep you any longer, but I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. So Joseph, are we at the point where you're wanting to field questions on this? Because I see you have two things on the list. I assume we want to just do them sequentially.
Madam Chair, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have now. I was remiss, Greg had asked, County Manager, had actually asked me to present you with some information that I did not present to you in terms of, that was provided us by Peter Franklin, who's also involved in this process, in terms of funds in other communities, in this case specifically Rio Rancho, in terms of the assessments that were made. So just to be so in front, the Cavason Public Improvement Act, that's in Rio Rancho, it's kind of the far northwest side, allocated $480 per lot for single family. Mixed multifamily is $312 per residential lot. Commercial is $4,000. So these vary considerably, right, depending on the mechanics of what we're working on. Stonehenge Public Improvement District, R2 developments were done at $1,800 lot. Residential R4, a little higher density, a little smaller. Just to be clear, I want you to understand, the higher the density, the less per unit, right? So, because you can have more people paying in certain geographic areas. So this is another advantage of higher density developments. Residential R3 is $900 a lot. Lomas and Catawba Public Improvement District is anywhere from a little over $900 to $1,700 a lot with a bid. So I just want to let you know that's kind of their abilities in terms of folks that have done this before. Costs have gone up considerably since that time. We have a fairly, even quote in our high density areas, it's extremely low density because of open space and because the actual densities themselves are, you might get yields of R4, maybe R3 at best. And so it's low. So the per lot costs are considerably higher.
Great, thank you. So are there questions? I'm going to go backwards this time. Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hanson. So Commissioner Hughes.
First, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just did I understand correctly? You're estimating about $5,000 a lot per year in Oshara, and this is about a doubling. This is on top of their property tax, right?
Very preliminarily, that's correct. And then, as to the people who will be buying those properties, those disclosures will be made to them prior to their purchase.
Well, say that again. Somebody coughed right as you were
Okay,
speaking.
I'm sorry. I said that the numbers you have are, in a very round way, consistent with our estimates, and importantly, I think that disclosures in regard to those numbers will be made to potential owners of property before they purchase the property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes asked one of my questions, but with this, housing is really quite expensive these days, and so I thought there was 900 units that could be built altogether in Oshara. So is this only for one subdivision, one division part of it, one phase?
My understanding that what we're working on now is smaller than that, something in the range of maybe 250 lots. And so to the extent that there might be further development down the road, those lots would be considered at some time in the future. But right now we're looking at something in the range of $10 to $15 million of public infrastructure for approximately 200 to 250 lots. Again, very round numbers at this point.
And then the people who already have homes there, would they be assessed this
People who already have homes there would likely not be in the PID. We can't come and ask for the PID unless I have a unanimity of interest in land ownership. So if the assessments were to be made against existing homeowners, you'd have to go and have an election with those homeowners to say that they agreed. But if we come and say this piece of land is owned in a unanimous way at this point, then we don't have to go through an election process, and the sales are subject to the disclosures that say, here's what you're buying into, in effect.
So it is my understanding that O'Shara Village has, or this second phase, Arroyo something, de Santa Fe, I think, has already agreed to build this connection to the quill plant?
It's a fair question, Commissioner. I'm not sure I have the answer. Perhaps the county manager or Mr. Montoya have a better sense of what might be before the commission on those questions. But again, they may be hesitant to discuss those matters right now, so not to prejudice your decisions. But I can get you that answer promptly if you'll give me the time after the meeting to do that.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, the sewer line extension is part of the proposed infrastructure for the project. If the project doesn't happen, obviously the infrastructure doesn't happen. And so this is a separate idea about how that infrastructure could be financed if in fact the project goes forward.
So basically, we're adding $5,000 a year to the price of the home. So if a home is $650,000, which might be mild, it's now $655,000. But how long does this assessment last?
The assessment, depending on the term of the financing, the assessment would likely last from 10 to 15 years. That would be, in the PIDs that we've done in the past, that would be the typical length of time that assessments would be payable in order to have the debt paid. And so to be clear, you're talking about $5,000 a year in terms of the assessment, not just a one-time $5,000 amount, but it goes into the consideration of what the purchase price of the home would be, all of that being disclosed to the owner before they purchased. And again, we're estimating homes, again, very roundly now, in the $650,000 to $800,000 range.
So then really, actually, we basically are adding $50,000 to the house?
Over time, as an assessment, subject to payments in advance and that kind of thing, I think that round number would be fair.
Okay. That was just a quick.
Yeah. And if I could, I'm sorry.
Back of my tablet math. So then, with the Bishop's Lodge water treatment facility, I don't see any. I see one project cost, but.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's actually a whole different tool. It has nothing to do with the PID at this time.
Oh, okay.
So we are going to get there.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
as long as I get my computer back, somebody stole it, and now.
Okay, I won't ask any questions there because I was a little confused. Yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could just make one point of clarification. In regard to the purchase price, the infrastructure ultimately would have to be built. So whether or not the purchase price would be the same or higher if the PID was not used is a question of how to determine the right pricing for all the infrastructure that would have to go in. The benefit of the PID is that as to the extent of infrastructure that's necessary, public infrastructure, remember, the borrowing can be done tax-free. So the cost to the developer is lower, and in consideration of the appropriate sales price number, the developer would take that into consideration, I imagine, in regard to the ultimate pricing to the owner.
Can you
But I don't.
that?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to suggest though that that your arithmetic on the assessment wasn't correct. $5,000 a year for a period of time that would probably be 10, no longer than 15, would be the amount of assessment that would be required to cover the $10 to $15 million infrastructure. Very round numbers.
Right, it's very round numbers, but also, you know, is the developer actually going to really take that into consideration in pricing the houses and not, right, you know, like if we do this public financing, or is that what it's called? Public, a PID, what does it stand for?
Public Improvement District.
Public improvement. So will the developer then recognize that he's getting relief, so to speak, and that he's going to not take that to the customer? I mean, I'm thinking about the constituent. I'm putting myself in the constituent place and the county.
Madam Chair, I mean, one of the values of a PID is it actually shows what the actual cost of infrastructure is for that development. Now, some communities, and Santa Fe County has not decided to do that, is try to provide all the infrastructure itself, and then therefore everybody pays. This is not the case that Santa Fe County has been taken. So the issue is that is a particular finance tool for that particular development. So the people who are taking advantage of that, i.e. the people who are living there, are paying for it. Nobody else is paying for it, only them. And that is actually the real cost. So just to be clear is we're creating, if it's financed some other way, where it's not that particular development, then other people are paying for it besides those people will be subsidized. That is not what the county has been traditionally done for the most part. So if the county is willing to do that's a whole other kind of issue in terms of us providing our bonding capacity, which we don't have enough of for the amount of infrastructure that we need to be able to provide. So your numbers are absolutely right. It's the real cost of infrastructure for sewer for that development.
Would you mind if I asked a subsidiary question to yours? Because it's, well, because what's running around in my mind is the question of the alternative for that development. One alternative is that the developer pays for the infrastructure. It's the same infrastructure, but then that is put directly into the cost of the houses. So the residents in those two scenarios pay for the infrastructure one way or the other. The question is whether they're getting charged for it explicitly, and it's not theoretically, but that is a valid question in my mind, buried into the cost of the house, and it's also tax-free so that it's somewhat lower by some percentage, or it's paid for upfront and taxable by the developer, and it's buried in the cost of the house.
Ma'am, sure,
Is that
that's absolutely
accurate?
correct. The reason why we would do this is we want to provide lower cost financing to lower the cost eventually for the housing units.
Okay.
Now, it is difficult to put your mind around the fact that what the prices are. That is another issue that we do want to bring back to you in terms of how we actually lower those costs, right? And we can, but it takes a substantial issue for us in terms of what our public policy is to be able to achieve this. What these numbers are based on is the current approvals, the current densities that are there, the current yield that is there, and just to be clear, we don't know that will go up or down because we're in a volatile market right now. Interest rates are highly variable. We don't know what the future will bring. So those are they're back to the envelope issues. It may go up, it may go down, because we don't know at this time based on what the bond market is doing.
Just a couple of comments on that. First of all, they're very good questions, and these questions have been asked by other governing bodies in their consideration of PIDs. My client, I believe, is listening to us today, either on the web or through some public device, so he's hearing this discussion. And while I'm not ready to concede anything right now because it's early on, I think that this is the very reason we came here, to hear what the original concerns of the body might be, to have something to chew on and work with staff on, and then when we come back with more formal presentations, be prepared to answer the questions that you're asking today.
Excellent, thank you. So back to Commissioner Hanson.
Madam Chair, thank you. So part of the reason I'm asking these questions is because I am concerned about the constituent and the county. And so if we do decide that, oh yeah, we'll do a PID and that's a great idea, but then is it really beneficial to the home buyer, the constituent? You know, or are we just lining the pockets of the developer? And if we're just lining the pockets of the developer to make them more money, then I'm totally opposed, but just to be clear. But if we're really helping to reduce the price of the home for the homeowner over time, because it's a short, extended amount of time, and then after 15 years, which is maybe the same amount of time as their mortgage, you know, maybe mortgages, you know, are 15 to 30 years, then they have that reduction, and there's a benefit to them. So, you know, that's why I'm asking that question, and that's where I'm going.
Commissioner, I appreciate the questions.
Yeah. Madam Chair, and thank you for asking it, because I think that's one of the things that comes up commonly, and that we, as part of this, it is public financing. And because of that, you get to look at all where the money is going, how it's being amortized, what the overhead is, and you get to agree or disagree with that. So you will receive a package of where the money is going. And so if somehow you believe that the developer's projects are lining, really generally this is speaking, it's a way to pass on the cost, which would have to be passed on anyway, but it makes it clear where the cost is coming from. So because of that analysis that has to be done before, and I would highly suggest that we might have a study session or something of that nature to really explain all the details of it. But the reality is, it's a fairly formidable document in terms of exactly where the money is coming from, what it is, where it's going to, what is being paid for the actual development itself, overhead, and things of that nature. And so I think your question is right on the money, and it's important for both staff and the developers to keep that in mind in terms, this is not a way for increased profitability. This is a way to pass on financial savings. And that's what it needs to be used for.
Financial savings to the homeowner.
That's correct.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you for your allowing me those questions. I'll take a break.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, now that I understand it better, I think this is a legitimate way to finance the infrastructure. I think I would want to make sure that there was a lot of disclosure to the potential homeowners, because you know, if you're comparing a house in this development with a house in one that's already a development that doesn't have a PID, you want to know that there's this $5,000 difference per year that you're, you know, in other words, a $600,000 house in one is not the same as a $600,000 house in the other, because you have this extra amount you have to pay.
And without bothering you with too much history, the PID is a tool that's been around for about 20 years. For many years before that, there was a financing structure used in a variety of places called special assessment districts. And the tool was unwieldy. It could be imposed on existing homeowners without their knowing exactly what was going on in the process. And then at the end of the day, when they got their bill, they felt, wait a second, where did this come from? And I wasn't advised of this. So one of the things that the TID can do is to make that disclosure to a potential homeowner in advance. So while you get a property tax bill and you don't know for sure what anybody's going to say down the road, the process is done in a way so that when the purchase of the property goes on, you get a thick bunch of documents, and you're supposed to have a lawyer help you read it to tell you what it says. But it will say, when you enter into this, there will be this kind of assessment that will be placed on you, and that will be part of your property tax bill. And that information is given before the purchase, and not as it had historically been done in other circumstances through a process that was done with notice, but not in a somewhat obscure way, where an existing property owner might all of a sudden wake up one day and see a bill that was much higher than it was.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it seems to me, I really appreciate getting this much information, because it takes time to think about these things. And I recognize, and some of the questions indicate that it's hard to feel totally comfortable with, how things are going to actually be implemented, because there are good developers and bad developers, and things that have gone wrong and things that have gone well. But I kind of feel like it's a good potential tool. Like we have need for development of various kinds of housing at various levels of affordability in Santa Fe County, and we're traditionally, have a reputation for being very difficult to deal with, right? In terms of development, and we have our community development director who is really focused on affordable housing development and equity and those kinds of things in addition to economic development, recommending it as a tool that I would be concerned about specifics when things come up, but I personally, as one of 5 people who you're looking for input from, think it looks like a potentially good tool to use. Are there other questions before we move on to the Bishop's Lodge piece? Or other inputs from you guys? And very much appreciate you being here as well, sir.
And thank you also for having us at this early date so we could begin to flesh this out with the governing body and react to that in connection with the work that I anticipate will be going forward.
Madam Chair, we also have another possible opportunity here. This is not enveloped in statutory authority right now. However, there is, and so I'm not going to say it's experimental. Let me kind of paint the picture here. As you know, there are new owners of the Bishop's Lodge development. That includes not only the development, the resort itself, but also many houses that they serve. They own and operate a pocket plant, a sewer pocket plant currently. And it needs to be replaced. Part of the ownership, I don't know if there's full disclosure or not, but they have discovered recently that it really is at the end of its useful lifestyle here, cycle. Now, there is financing opportunities for sewer that the state of New Mexico has, and they provide 0.1% interest rates to municipalities. And they've been commonly doing this. They've just had a large injection of federal money, a very large injection of several millions upon millions of dollars of federal money, and they're very anxious to be able to lend it out. And a lot of municipalities simply aren't sophisticated enough to kind of put together the packages necessary to be able to do that. This was an opportunity we saw to do something a little slightly different, in that the relationship between us and the state is well-founded. There's no administrative procedures are in place. They operate in the same way as if we were to get capital outlay funds. What is different here is what we have a desire to attempt to do is be able to pass on that savings in the same way that we'd pass on a lower interest rate bond savings. We'd pass on the savings with a little bit off the top for my vacation, as it might be. And then we add a little bit on there. And then be able to provide lower cost financing to the developer in the case of the Bishop's Lodge. And so that is where things get a little tricky. We want to just make sure that we're doing it legally, that we're doing it, make sure that there's no chance of a loss for us. We want to make sure that the administrative procedures are set in place. Now, we, as part of Action Development Plan and our financing tools, we put this as what we put as a broad eye of pass-throughs. This is a pass-through system that we have the ability to get lower cost financing. We have the ability to pass it on. We've had 2 very long, good conversations with the state of New Mexico. They don't have a problem with any issue that we've supported, that we've provided to them at this state. We do have to work out, there are some legal concerns, and they have to be worked out if, in fact, we were to move forward. But I feel confident that
There's some what?
Legal concerns. There's legal concerns, administrative concerns. We want to make sure that we have collateral. We want to make sure that, it'll be built on time. It'll be built to EID standards. We want to make sure that we're fully made whole. We want to make sure that we don't have to put out a lot of money or security, that actually it's on the folks who will actually build this. Now, to say it is very necessary from just a health and safety standpoint, right? We don't believe that we have more than maybe a year and a half, and things will start failing, and that's going to become a problem, and then that becomes our problem. So we want to be able to protect the Tusuka Basin. We want to make sure that we don't have sewer running down the Bishop's Lodge or into Tusuka River. We want to make sure, too, that we do it in a pattern that might establish a new way of us doing business. And again, this is another tool that we'd use from an economic development standpoint and an infrastructure standpoint, that if successful, will be able to provide another way. And this, just so we're clear, this money can only be used for wastewater. So wastewater infrastructure, so it can be used for pop plants, it can be used for piping, pumping, things of that nature, but only for that purpose. And it is a very specific federal program that's run by the state of New Mexico, and the state of New Mexico has enhanced it recently with their own money, which, interestingly enough, has caused us, puts up another roadblock that we have to get over because they did use some state money. But that being the case, we just wanted to put this in front of you because we do think it's a very positive way in terms of us assisting the development there, making sure that our water stays clean, making sure that at very little risk to us, if any, that's part of the point is we want to make sure that we're completely covered in terms of risk basis. And in addition, that we continue to enhance our tourism industry. As you know, there's been millions of dollars put in both in the acquisition and redevelopment of this particular resort. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I'm sure we all do. But just to be clear, you made reference to Bishop's Lodge, but there's also existing residences that use this failing plant. Right,
They
so
would be out of sewer
constituencies
that are long-term residents that have lived in that valley for many, many years.
So I'll go to Commissioner Hanson.
As you well know, I am a big fan of wastewater plants and sewer facilities. Who would have known? But I did learn about wastewater plants at O'Shara Village, so I am well aware of their benefits and their function and how they work. So I think this is an important project to look at, and just so you know that Bishop's Lodge, the resort, not only is the resort, but up above it, it owns land that is a large residential.
That's what I
said
at the beginning, right?
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure that it's not just the people, but on that note, it is the people in the valley also who would be able to hook into this. If we rebuilt this wastewater plant, people in the valley going down would be able to hook into this wastewater plant also, besides just the people at Bishop's Lodge?
Madam Chair, because it's a gravity flow system, those above where the sewer plant is, not those below. So a large part of the valley is below. Now, Madam Chair, so you bring up a very good point. We've had some discussions with the Public Works Department in terms of trying to think if there's an overall long-term system to be able to provide sewer capacity to the whole valley, and including the possibility of the Pueblo itself. Because of recent issues that have come up, that we felt that was too long to be able to get there, because by the time we do the engineering, we do the design, we actually put a finance package together, we get all the approvals, we're coming close to that date by which this has to be built. And so we're, if this isn't going to happen, we need to know fairly quickly here, because we have to find some other alternative to be able to finance this. So unless you're pumping up, which is, there is no design for it at this stage, that would not be the case.
So if we put the wastewater plant at the lowest possible location, so to speak, so that we have the gravity flow for the residents, then I think that that's an important thing, because what I have found in the village of dealing with installation of sewer lines is the grinder pumps are always an issue. But I think this is a good thing. But I also want to mention that there's a tremendous amount of money in the infrastructure package, the federal infrastructure package, for just this kind of thing. And so can we tap into that money?
That's exactly what we're doing. Is the state of New Mexico has received this fund specific for this purpose. They're providing it way, way, way below market rate, and we're using it for that purpose. So that's exactly what we're doing.
Okay, so they're not grants, actually.
No.
They're, okay.
The state of New Mexico has decided not to use it in that manner.
I assume it's the revolving fund, right?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Yeah, but at the moment, there's this money that has been put aside in the infrastructure package that was just passed, the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, and there's a lot of money in there for wastewater. And so that money is not grants, it's just...
Madam Chair, there are actually different sources of funds. We've actually created a matrix of different sources of funds, both for transportation, infrastructure, and community development-oriented kind of stuff like broadband. Each of them has different criteria. Each of them has different ways to access the funds. Currently, right now, as it sits right now, we don't have an immediate access to funds as a grant to provide this kind of thing. And if we did, however, what I would support we're doing, and of course this is really public's work call, not mine, is that we provide the public infrastructure where necessary according to our utilities master plan is now. And so we would just continue to fund that, which is the overall goal of the Public Works Department.
Okay, well, I definitely support the Bishop's Lodge water treatment facility upgrade. I think that's really important. And that's all I have to say, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes, did you have?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree. This is a fine project to be funding this way. And I have a really simple question, but maybe you could elaborate a little bit on why can't Bishop's Lodge apply themselves, and it has to go through the county?
Madam Chair, I think that's an excellent question. It's come up several times. They can apply for themselves, but the interest rate is considerably higher. And so this is a way for us, and so the question brought, and actually County Manager Safer brought this up himself. Well, if the state is allowing us to pass it on and they're fully knowledgeable that we're doing this, what would it matter to them? I can't answer that because that's the state of New Mexico. But they're fully knowledgeable about what we intend to do. They're fully knowledgeable about how we intend to do it. And so my assumption is there might be some statutory language that I'm not aware of, or something in a regulatory process that's too difficult for them to get over. So I can't tell you more than that. It does put us in a good position, to be quite honest with you, though. Besides paying for my next vacation, it does allow us some extra capital from our side without any real risk, in which our intention is to do, if this comes out to be legally possible, to do several of these in order to build up an economic development fund.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roybal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a great opportunity for the county, as our Director Montoya indicated. I think that this could change, change our one of our ways of business and actually open up a lot of opportunities. And this is in District 1, and it does have some health and safety concerns, and so I definitely will support working with on this project and seeing what the county can do, and then see what other opportunities come forward that we could utilize a lot of this funding to create other projects. So it's something that I'm really glad to see come forward, and I'm excited to see where we go from here. I think this is a great opportunity, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I also really support investigating this and doing it if at all possible. It's an important thing to do. And we've used other mechanisms in the county. It's kind of comparing apples and oranges, and I know there are differences, but of doing capital outlay and being the fiscal agent, of doing CDBG and being the agent for it, that help communities do things that are really important in terms of critical utilities. Water and sewer are the primary ones. So I think you see pretty unanimous support for trying to pursue this.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. So where does that leave us, Joseph? Is that...
We just really wanted to get something from you in terms of these two possible opportunities. And, anytime you're trying something new, you want to check in with the bosses to make sure you're going in the right direction. And so that was the reason for this presentation today, and to let you know that this is not because of these two developments that just happened to come along this time. This is part of an overall strategy that we intended to do as part of the economic development plan, and it's part of our ability to be able to assist in financing opportunities for people. So it just happened this was a little earlier than we have prepared for, but this is not, it's not as though these people came to us and said, I want you to do this for me personally. This is not some kind of personal favor. This is, we want to set precedents and policy and have these tools available for anybody who wants to make use of them.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. And thanks everybody who helped in the presentations.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess that takes us to item number 8, which is matters of public concern. So hopefully, Daniel, you're going to help me out with this. As far as I know, I've been told there are 2 people on who have requested to speak to the commission on during matters of public concern. The first that I have listed is David Buchholz. If you're on.
Madam Chair, Mr. Buchholz was just here. I think he had signed up as a prophylactic measure in case he couldn't attend in person. So he's good.
I thought the name was familiar. Duh. Okay. Well, never mind. So we have one other person. Is that still true? Ricardo Sanchez, who wanted to speak. Mr. Sanchez, if you're on, if you can unmute yourself and give us your comment. I'm going to quickly go to Daniel. Is Mr. Sanchez, does he appear to be on WebEx?
Madam Chair, I do not see Ricardo Sanchez online. However, there is a phone caller. Okay. Mr. Sanchez, if you called in, you can hit *6 to unmute.
Thank you, Daniel. So if the caller is Mr. Sanchez, you could please hit *6 and unmute. Or frankly, if there's anybody else on the WebEx who wishes
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is Barak Wolf, and I was signed up with Sarah to make comment today, and I'd appreciate that opportunity if this is a good time.
Absolutely. Please go ahead, introduce yourself and let us know.
All right. Are you all seeing me okay? Because I'm not
Yes,
sure
we
what
are.
I'm... Okay, very good. Thank you. And I see the clock, and I will be brief. My name is Barak Wolf, and my wife Leah Pop and I have been 40-plus year residents of Tezuki, and we're regular users of the transfer station since it opened in 1980. And I'm not going to go into all the reasons that that transfer station is so important to public safety and to our welfare, and that people will be adversely affected if it's closed, as we were told just at the end of last month that we had 30 days, and that was it. This was going to be a permanent closure of that transfer station. That transfer station used to be 4 days a week, and now it's been cut to 3, and maybe there's potential to cut it further. But to take it away entirely at this point in time with no public discussion around it, at least ones that I can find, seems like it would be a real mistake. Again, it was an abrupt announcement, and I'm hoping that we can slow that down a little bit so that we can deal with some of the environmental impacts that it will cause and the suffering of some of the more people who are challenged and us elders. So I've spoken to, there were a lot of rumors floating around about why this is happening. It was hard to get a handle on it, and I don't think I have it yet. I know, Commissioner Roy Ball has been involved. People have been working on it, but the announcement of the decision to close was abrupt. I've spoken with the Tribal Utilities Director, and she indicated she hasn't been in all the meetings, but she does know that there's not a sense of urgency by the tribe to shut this down in 2 weeks, that they are open to continuing to discuss it, and I think that's very important. There are probably alternatives. We haven't had a public meeting about this. There's been no public input that I can ascertain. I wrote each of you a letter last Friday with all the information that I had, all the commissioners and Manager Schaefer, And I'm hoping that because of that and because of the newspaper articles and the amount of discussion in the community, that we could perhaps have a community meeting at the Suzuki Fire Station and get some good ideas about how to sustain this. And in the meantime, to keep it available to those of us in the community. It's going to be a hardship to have to go up to Hakona and figure out how to use that system rather than what we've been doing now for well over 40 years. So it really caught us surprised. I think our citizens are in the middle of it. It doesn't seem like there's any sense of urgency that this has to close in 2 weeks. I listened to all this discussion for the last several hours. This is an issue that's going to impact real people, real citizens, really immediately. And I sure appreciate your listening to this plea that we take a little more time and get some real community input so that we can find a good solution, not just close it down. Thank you so much.
Excellent, excellently timed, but thank you very much for your input. Is there anybody else on WebEx who wishes to speak during matters of public concern? Just to confirm, Daniel, I assume you don't see anybody else except for one person who's called in?
Madam Chair, that is correct. We did receive a comment via our public comment form. Would you like me to read that?
Was that just for public comment or for the public hearing later?
It was
you're welcome to read it now.
Okay, you're right. It is for the hearing later. I apologize.
So let me ask quickly, Attorney Brown, should we read it now or wait until the public hearing and read it then? Because it was specific about the public hearing.
If it's specific to the public hearing, I would include it in that process.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. So, okay, Daniel, we'll wait on that. And I'm going to go ahead and close matters of public concern. That takes us to, it takes us to matters from, I hope, I've gotten this wrong before, to matters from the county manager. And so, Manager Schaefer, you can proceed through the three items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. Not much in the way of COVID-19 related updates. The Santa Fe County continues to be at medium community level per the CDC. Today is the first meeting in a while where we did open the meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to in-person public participation. Again, that was done in part due to the fact that we now have machines that allow us to do visitor screening more readily, and that will be our model going forward. We do continue to plan to continue to offer a hybrid participation model so as to reduce the number of folks in the chambers, but also allow individuals to participate in a way that they're comfortable with given their own risk factors. In terms of general updates, we have announced a community meeting next Monday at 6 p.m. at the Pojoaque Regional Fire Station to discuss and explain the closure of the Tezuque Convenience Center. Notice of that meeting was sent out to constituents via email earlier today, if I'm not mistaken. With regard to other things of interest, the fire department participated in their third town hall meeting on fire preparedness and prevention in District 2 last Saturday at Commissioner Hansen's coffee and tea under the trees at Unity Resources. We did have another opportunity this past week in our support for President Biden's visit to the state for the regional and district staff to participate together on those efforts. It's part of an ongoing effort of the fire chief to find ways for regional and district staff to work side by side. The fire administration is continuing to assist district chiefs with the preparation for ISO inspections from June through December. There are a variety of districts that will be inspected as part of that important ISO rating process. In addition, the fire marshal intends to bring forward at the next board meeting a request to extend the fireworks ban for an additional 30 days since our drought conditions continue to not improve. A very quick update with regard to the implementation of Resolution 20-22-031. A copy of that resolution concerning a potential nationwide or statewide ban on single-use plastic and polystyrene products was sent to our federal and state delegation. Assuming that there is no action at the federal or state level, we are proceeding to form the working group to analyze what a local county-only policy options might look like, and we are in the process of reaching out to organizations who may have individuals willing to work on that working group. So we are moving forward with the implementation of that ordinance, and I wanted to keep you generally apprised of that. Finally, looking ahead to the next board meeting, this is with regard to our solid waste ordinance amendment that would allow for the board to authorize free solid waste days by resolution. The legal department has concluded that it would be within the board's legal authority to declare that it is necessary for public health and safety for the ordinance to go into effect immediately. That's obviously a policy decision for the board to make, but given that conclusion, we will be presenting language for the board to consider that would accomplish that. In addition, Gary Hiron, our Public Works Department Director, and his team will be working on a resolution for the board to consider at the same time to at least begin the process, should the board choose, of having green waste disposal days that would help our community better deal with risk associated with wildfires by cleaning up their properties, creating defensible space, what have you. But I did want to give you that update that both the option of an immediate effective date as well as a resolution to move forward with some free green waste days will be coming forward to the board at the end of the month. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Does that take us to 9C for the presentation on capital, if there are no other questions? Are there questions from the board on okay, so we can probably move on to that if that is good. I think you need, yeah. We thought we lost you. Make sure your microphone's on. Whoops.
All right, Chair Commissioners, sorry. It's been a really long afternoon, and I apologize to have to add more to all the information that you have all listened to today. Chair and Commissioners, we're here to present, Catherine Miller and myself are here to present an update to the budget for fiscal year 23, which will include the biggest component, or the adjustment or the addition that we're making is related to projects. And we'll kind of just go right into it. Again, we have our population goals that we always continue to keep in mind as we go through this process. And we actually broke out our budget into 3 different pools. The first one that we see here on the slide is just a summary of all the different projects, and we'll look at the details here in a moment. But this group of projects are projects where they are fully funded, don't need any additional money. We are just going to include in the budget, in the final budget, the amount of the unencumbered budget as of today, including any encumbrances that still have balances on them, so they can be rolled over into the next year, so that the departments can continue operating on those POs. For this group of projects, we have $49 million of unencumbered budget that we will include for next year, as well as $11.1 million in encumbrances, for a total of $0.1 million. As you can see, we have a broad range of projects that are in this pool, from ADA compliance, improvements to broadband, to fire, to open space, road, solar, solid waste utilities, and vertical. I think I forgot to mention housing in this list. The second group of projects that we are including in the budget for fiscal year 23 is related to project funding that we're proposing a reallocation from one project to another. Most of these projects here are closed, so everything specifically related to the project on the left side has been completed, and there's additional funding that's available that we will request to be reallocated to another project that falls in line with either the bond proceeds, the purpose for why the bond was issued, or GRT revenue. As you can see, most of the dollar amounts are relatively small. We do have several items that are larger. The first item is that I wanted to point out to you is the 102 grant. So bonds were issued, and we issued bonds and set aside GRT for the 102 grant project. The project is completed. We've set aside additional funding to finish up some punch list items, and we are asking that $2.5 million of that go to what we are calling the airport road facility, which is the old YDP building, for that improvement. In addition, I wanted to point out the Abedon Lopez Senior Center. We're asking that $800,000 be moved over to the Highway 14 Senior Center, and that is due to the Abedon Center actually receiving two state GOB grants in the amount of $2.2 million. Excuse me. So they don't need that $800,000 of funding. So we're asking that we move that to another project that needs additional funding to complete it. And then, in addition, we have the Pewaukee Hokona Fire Substation. At this moment in time, the project isn't moving forward. So we would request that funding may move to other projects that are ready to move forward, so that we can complete those projects, but also try to limit the increase in costs that we're seeing across the board. And then we've got the El Dorado Fire 1. Again, that one is not ready to move forward, but the El Dorado Fire 2 station is. So again, we are asking that we move that money to El Dorado Fire 2. The other projects, as I mentioned before, they're closed, they're completed. So in order to keep, particularly with our bond funds, in order to keep those, in order to get those bond proceeds spent as quickly as possible, we are requesting that on the other projects that are bond related, that we move to reallocate to the other projects on the right, so that we can continue spending those bond proceeds and actually close out those bonds. We still have unspent bond proceeds from which bond, Sam? From 2009 bond proceeds. So it's really important that we get those bonds spent as quickly as possible, so that we can, as we go later on into presentation, we will be presenting a group of projects for bond election now in the fall. So we definitely want to continue moving any projects that were approved under old bond questions and get those monies spent so that we can continue issuing new bonds to fund other projects. The total amount of this group of projects, just of the reallocation, the budget's already there. All we're doing is move it from one project to another, is $4.9 million.
Before you go on, I just can't help myself. On the second line, are we really reallocating $2?
Yes, ma'am.
Gary doesn't let go of $1.
Okay, I just had to ask if it was, in case it was a typo. Totally cool, no judgments here. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. It's, those rounding pennies. And to clarify, Sam and I actually discovered that line number 3 is a duplicate. So the double arrow road for $219,000 is actually our first item there. So the total amount that we would include in next year's budget is $4.7 million.
Okay, thank you.
And then finally, the last group of projects is projects that currently do have funding, as well as have POs, but because of rising costs, changes in scope, they need additional money in order to be able to complete that project. So again, as we saw in our first group of projects, we have unencumbered budget that will include in next year's budget. We have encumbrances, open POs. So we will roll those over so that the departments can continue operating and pay bills. And then the column labeled additional funding is the additional amount that we are requesting approval for to add to the specific projects that again is listed later on in the presentation, and we will review that. So for this group of projects, the unencumbered budget balance is $38.4 million. Encumbrances that we will roll forward is $4.9, and then the additional funding that is needed for these projects to be completed is $19 million. The total, we wanted to show what the impact would be to the budget at the special meeting that we had in May to ask the board for approval of the interim budget. The interim budget balance at that moment in time was $298 million. We've got some department adjustments that we'll talk about here in a moment, but those last 3 items listed there, the capital projects carryover, reallocation, and new funding, the inclusion of those 3 items make up the largest portion of the $131 million that we would be adding to the interim budget balance, giving us an estimated total as of today of $430.1 million for fiscal year 23 budget. At this moment in time, would the board want to look at the detailed projects for group 1 and 3, the projects that have the funding and just we need to roll forward, and then the projects that need additional funding?
I would think yes. I think at least some information would be good.
Okay.
But in addition, can you just very briefly remind us, the budget that had to be turned in, the draft budget that had to be turned into the state was the operating budget, right? So this is the additional information which we knew was coming, I know, but I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on. Okay, great.
Yes, Madam Chair, the budget that represented the interim budget included the operational activities, but also the fixed asset requests.
Well, yes.
Yes, and then some capital grants. So, like specifically with housing grants, the capital fund that we get from HUD. But yes, it was basically the operational budget for the county, and then the second portion is the bulk of it will be the capital portion, which is the capital projects.
Okay. Do capital projects, does capital budget have to be like turned to the state at all?
Madam Chair, so the way we do it this way somewhat intentionally to make it easy to follow. The interim budget has to be turned in, so we really, by June 1st, so we really focus on getting the operating budget together, the department's budget together. It would be nice if the state did multi-year capital budgets, but they don't.
Right.
So most of your capital projects, and that's why we get fixed assets. Those might be capital items. We get those into the operating budget, but our capital projects, like road construction projects, vertical construction, open space projects, typically those are multi-year projects. And so we'll start budgeting first, planning and design, funding, and then we'll come to you in a year or two to say, okay, now we need to put money in for construction. Then everything goes up in cost, so we say, hey, we need more money for construction. But what we try to do is so we'll create a cost center for each project, and we'll keep carrying that budget from beginning to end of the project forward, whatever's remaining, and keep track of what's been spent, so that at the end, it can all be capitalized, put on the fixed asset list, depreciated if it's going to be depreciated, and the cost capitalized. But we're always having to guess, well, where are we going to be at June 30 on expenditures? How many invoices are we going to get from the architects, the engineers, the construction company, whatnot? So we're trying to get a good target of what's remaining budget that we can roll forward, or what additional budget do we need in order to award a contract once the year starts. And we try to get that into the final budget because we're not able to do budget adjustments between once we turn in the final budget and the FA approves it, which is usually the entire best part of construction season, July, August, September. So we separate it out for purposes of, one, let's get our operating budget in, get our interim budget approved so that we know July 1, the departments are ready to roll with their department budgets. And then we focus on the capital projects in the final budget, so that we've spent down and paid invoices as close to possible, and spend time meeting with Public Works, Finance and Public Works, and sustainability or any utilities, anybody who has projects, to say, where are we going to be? Is that going to be encumbered and awarded before June 30 and we're just rolling an encumbrance over? Or are we going to need to carry budget authority over into the next year so you can sign a contract in July? So that's the reason we do it separate. It's easier to follow. Otherwise, you've got all this mixed in with the operating budget, and it's harder for us to know where we're going to end on June 30th, back in May. So we try to kind of separate it. I'd say some entities lump it all together and then clean it up afterwards. And we still have cleanup that we end up doing in September, October, but we try to get it as close to what we think we'll have spent on a project, or what we'll need in the next fiscal year. If you could do, if the state allowed, a multi-year budget, you know, you'd set up a 3 or 4 year budget for a project and not have to do what we're doing. But that's just the way that DFA has us submit our budgets.
Thanks. I just thought the review would be helpful to put it in perspective, what we're doing in perspective. So if you...
To add to that, we met and determined these amounts for today's presentation, but we'll take a look at it again, just like we will with the salary analysis, because as you know, POs will continue to change. Invoices will be processed. We have a 60-day accounts payable accrual process. So a lot happens in the time that we present to the board the capital projects to when we actually know what the final balances are, which we do the best that we can. Sam does a really good job of trying to estimate and calculate and work with Public Works so that we have a really good number. So the cleanup that we present to the board next fiscal year is a lot less or not as cumbersome to try to figure out. But the goal is to get the numbers as best as we can so the departments can keep moving forward with as little or as few adjustments to next year's budget through the BAR process. The detailed list of the first group of projects, which is the projects that had funding, didn't need any additional amounts, is on slide 10, begins on slide 10. They are grouped by, which matches the summary slide. So we have the ADA improvements along with broadband, fire, housing, open space. As you can see, most projects there have an unencumbered budget balance, and some have some POs that we will roll over, bringing the adjustment, the budget for each of those projects under that total column. As you can see, this group of projects is about 2.5 pages long. We are also in the presentation. We're also including the district or districts that are involved in those specific projects.
And Madam Chair, on this, I'd like to point out, so the unencumbered budget to roll forward, what we try to do is once the board has allocated funding for a project, so say you allocate $2 million for a project, we try to budget that right away so that we don't lose track of, even if they're not going to spend it, we budget it each year so that we know and can reconcile to cash that we have available, that we have enough money in the actual bank, in the fund balance, for that project. But what will happen is you might only encumber the engineering for the first 2 years. And so you'll have encumbrances to roll forward, which could be architects, engineers, environmental analysis, survey work, whatever. And then you'll have this big balance, unencumbered, which is there for the construction of the project. So that's why you have these two columns. You have the column of unencumbered, which is what the board has already approved as budget for a project. Plus part of that is anything encumbered that might be for services for design work or preliminary work. And then you've got the total. So that's what you're looking at on these sheets. So these are existing projects that have had budget maybe for a year, could be as much as 8 or 9 years, like Northeast Southeast Connector. We started with $5 million and are up to 16.5 right now, and probably end up more like 20 million. But each year, whatever's been budgeted, we just keep rolling it forward until the project's closed.
13. And then our next group of projects is, again, those that have that have a budget as well as POs, but also need additional funding to be able to complete the project. Again, bringing each project to a new total under that total column. The one thing that is different between this list and the previous list is we do have some new funding, but the new funding, we do have some new projects, but the new projects are related to grants. So there's no actual new project that we're bringing to the board that wasn't already previously approved. The new projects are related to grants that were awarded to the county through the application process. So again, we have the same categories for the different projects, and that far right column, which is the funding source, there's a legend on the final page on the next page that tells you what that is. Most of the projects are being funded by state appropriations, which is the A. And then we do have some that we'll be providing GRT to, and then bond funding, as was mentioned before, we still have unspent bond proceeds that we need to get spent. And then we do have some projects that have been allocated ARPA funds, so those will be budgeted using that funding source. And then the utilities department is funding some of its own projects. And that, Madam Chair, Commissioners, is the complete list of capital projects from moving the budget from this fiscal year to next fiscal year, and then providing new additional monies for the project to be completed, and then the reallocation of available funding from projects that are closed and completed or not ready to move forward to projects that are ready to move forward, and to move current projects, continue to move current projects forward.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if the board has any questions on any specific projects, I did make Director Hudon stay around so that he could answer questions and be available. Okay, I really didn't make him, but you know.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Commissioner Hanson.
Mr. Herman likes to stay here with us, so I don't think you made him.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Hanson.
are we taking questions?
Are we taking questions? They live for questions, right?
So I'm just looking at page 7, which I think we skipped over. The general obligation bond question projects. How did you come up with these? And when do we vote on them? I've never been through this process before, so I'm very excited about the prospect.
Sorry, Commissioner Hughes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we were actually going to go back to slide 6. We just wanted to show you the detail in slides 10 through, what was it, 14 of the bigger numbers on the summary page, the list of all the projects, so you could see it. Yeah. So actually, we needed to go back to 6 through 9 anyway, and the rest of it. So maybe we go back to that, and then Yvonne could do the rest of 6, the other things we needed to change, and then I'll go through what we did for proposed bond projects.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, going back to slide 6, this was the summary slide that we provided to show the impact of the projects as well as additional department adjustments, reconciling items between the interim budget to what we think might be the final budget, assuming no other changes are being made. As you can see, the first 6-7 lines. So we start off with the 2023 interim budget, which is $298 million that was presented to DFA as the county's interim budget. And then we have some additional adjustments that we'll need to make as a result of department operations carryover requests. So most of these will be items that departments had submitted to finance for processing through the procurement process, but isn't far enough along yet to become a PO. So in order to make sure that that funding is available, because it wasn't part of what the departments had planned for next year, we'll include those amounts in the interim budget so that the department's procurement can continue to move forward. As we review the budget and continue reconciling everything, we will continue to find corrections, which I've labeled up there as finance corrections. These are items where we may have eliminated a department request in error. As we've gone back and double-checked everything, it was supposed to be an adjustment versus a complete elimination. So we want to make sure that we put that back in the budget for the department. And then as we discussed in the past, we'll continue to have grant adjustments. Departments may not have the actual grant award available, so we kind of estimate what that amount will be. And if the award becomes available, we'll make those adjustments so that we have the budget for that grant as close as possible to what it actually is supposed to be. Again, this is with the intent to try to eliminate or reduce the amount of budget adjustments that we have to bring to the board the following fiscal year to make these kind of corrections. Fixed asset carryover. Departments during the budget process, the board approves fixed asset requests for the departments, and as they go through the year and make those purchases, some things that they may not be able to actually purchase, or they may not be able to get it by June 30th. So because the funding was previously approved, we want to make sure that we carry over those amounts into the next year so they don't use next year's budget to pay for those items that were already approved in a different fiscal year. And then for the next two items, capital project carryover and the maintenance project carryover, these items would have been included in the project list that we provided the board, but these came after. And so we're still reconciling those amounts with the department to make sure that we have the correct amount. So we didn't want to exclude them, but they're there. We just don't know yet if the amounts that we're presenting to the board today will be the final amounts for these ones. So as soon as we can tie those out and get them reconciled, they'll actually show up on one of those other three project lists. And then the last three items are three pools of projects that were presented, bringing a total adjustment of $131 million to the interim budget as of today, if we were to present this as the final budget to DFA. So including all those adjustments to the interim budget, that brings us to a preliminary final budget amount of $430 million for fiscal year 23. As mentioned before, we'll continue to look at the project budgets, especially the encumbrances, make sure that we don't that we adjust those accordingly, that we continue to add as much as we can to the budget in terms of any new projects that the county has appropriated through the state that we know will come. Will be coming to the county for the board's approval or Manager Schaefer's approval. Just as a matter, because we can't do budget adjustments, as Catherine mentioned, for 2 months, if we can get as much of those transactions into the budget, then the department can immediately begin. As soon as that grant is awarded, the department will be able to begin spending those funds instead of waiting until September, October to submit a bar for processing. So as of today, $430 million. There might be some additional adjustments, which we will again provide a detail just like this slide to the board when we actually bring forth the final budget for fiscal year 23. And with that, Chair, if there are any questions related to the projects or related to the adjustments that are presented on the slide as of right now, as of today, and then if not, then we'll go to that next screen or the next slide related to the bond election.
Why don't we proceed on ahead? And let's, yeah, I was.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we go through this whole process of reconciling all the projects, we're obviously looking at projects the board has already approved, and of those projects, what needs additional funding, and we're looking to our different sources to try to finish out projects that are already underway. In what Yvonne presented so far, we're using capital outlay, GRT, existing bond funds that we either have earned interest on and have accumulated interest earnings within the fund, and we'll allocate those. We'll come to you to allocate those to different projects. Projects that have finished that have excess bond funds or GRT. We have the capital outlay GRT. We also have the hold harmless GRT that was put into place in 2015 to fund this building and the other building, the road construction for the settlement agreements, and $2 million worth of ADA projects. So, and then the rest of that doesn't pay debt service is also dedicated to maintenance projects on our county facilities, roads, buildings, et cetera. And so that's another one of the funding sources. Some impact fees in fire, it's not much. Fire funds from the state and carry forward that we have in fire funds. $0.25 fire excise tax, and trying to think if there's any others. The housing funds, capital funds. So those are the primary sources that we use to fund our capital projects. And then we have general obligation, and we work through all the existing projects and what's needed to move those forward. And look at, okay, well, we can put funds there for that, et cetera, et cetera. But then we also have our general obligation bond funds. Now, the county always used to be on I shouldn't say always, but for the last 25 years or so, been on about a 4-year bond election to the voters, and typically have anywhere from 3 to 5 questions to the voters. And 3 of those questions are usually, and since 1999, I think, or 2000, open space, trails, parks, roads, and water and wastewater. Some of the questions we've had are public safety. Additional questions we've had are public safety, where we've done the dispatch, expansion to the dispatch center, expansion to the public safety building, and fire stations. We've done a couple of those. And we've done the health facilities. We had done questions in the past for administrative buildings. Those typically don't pass. So administrative items, we look to our other gross receipts tax and other revenue bonds in order to fund those. So we've done that typically on a 4-year cycle, and we'll do, in the last few years, 25 to 35 million. But in 2020, the board made a conscious decision to do 20 million and do half. We could have done $40 million at that time and kept our debt service rate on property tax the same. And the board made a conscious decision because of the pandemic to only go out to the voters for 20 million. And so we got authorization from the voters for 20 million. We sold those bonds. What we previously had done is we would do, say, 30, 35 million, and then you have 5 years after voter approval in which to issue those, and we would split it up into funding cycles. So we'd have the election in November. The following spring, we would maybe issue a third to a half of it, or maybe even 2/3 of it, and then 2 years later, issue the rest of the authorization. And that's how the debt service rate had been really worked with our financial advisors to stay flat and not fluctuate to the property owners. In 2020, when we decided to only do 20 million, we had the ability to do 40 million and spread it out over 4 or 5 years. But we just felt that that wasn't really a fair thing to ask of the voters to support 20 million or $40 million in bond questions. So we cut it in half and we did 20 million. Working with the financial advisors now would be the time that we would go do the other half of the question. And based on our assessed values, our financial advisor believes that we could stay in the same debt service rate with about $25 million. So that starts our kind of our target of what we would recommend in capacity in question to the voters is that we're doing the other half of our 4-year cycle. And then in 2024, you could decide whether you like being on a 2-year cycle, or you could decide to go back to the 4-year cycle. But at the moment, we were sticking with just the other half of that 4-year cycle. You could, if you wanted, you could go now, but for the 4-year, but we're still in a precarious economic situation, and with inflation, I think keeping the dollar values lower, and even though it's still going to be the same debt service rate, it's just a matter of, you'd be putting something like $45 million worth of questions to the voters, and we're usually the last ones on the ballot, so there could also be fatigue with checking yes to big dollars in bond questions. So a lot of it is also thinking strategically about what will the residents feel comfortable supporting. So we started with the 25 million. So first thing we did is we looked at all the projects we have out there that are existing projects. Where are we short in funding? We have put forward to you in the spreadsheets in the packet where we think existing cash needs to go because we don't want to jeopardize existing projects. We want to try to get those awarded and funded and awarded, get the contracts awarded. So that's the premise also that we recommend the funding sources for the projects you've already seen, the 60 million, the 4.9 million, and the 62 million. This is an additional funding source of 25 million. And as I said, for the last 22 years, our questions, we've always had these 3 questions, and that's an open space and trails, roads, and utilities. So that was our second thing that we worked with is sticking with what has typically gotten a great deal of support from our voters. We usually get 65 to 75% approval on these questions. And then the 25 million being the amount that would be keep our debt service rate the same based on current property valuations. Everybody's looking over there. I'm like, what's going on? So those are just, I give you the thought process behind why this slide Then what we did is we went through everything with Public Works and the departments about, well, what's next? What is the next phase in projects that we have? So if you look at, and what are kind of the next priorities? In open space and trails, the Santa Fe River Trail, how we've worked that is it's been broken down into segments. And while we're doing construction on one segment, we're looking for funding sources and a preliminary design for acquiring land for the next segment. So this, in the budget proposal you've already seen, that additional funding for the river trail is to finish that segment, the construction on the segment from Siler to San Isidro. We're short on funding for construction. That proposed funding that we have, most of that increased proposed funding in the proposal you already saw is the money from the South Meadows, the sale of the South Meadows property, to put that directly right back into open space immediately and get it so that we can fund the estimated construction cost of the river trail segment that we have already designed and acquired 99% of the property for. These are the next two priorities in the open space management plan and construction plan, and that is Thornton Ranch. We already have some funding for Thornton Ranch, and I believe we also were looking at moving in the proposal that you already saw. Some of the movement of the money is from the Mount Chow property, that we're no longer pursuing the procurement of that, and we had suggested that funding roll to the Thornton Ranch. It's in the same area, the Galisteo Basin, Cerrillos area. So, but that's not enough to do the next phase, the first phase of construction. We're doing design. This would help fund the first phase of construction in Thornton Ranch and get it open to the public. The second project recommended there is $3.2 million for the next section of the Santa Fe River Trail, and that's design and acquisition of the Santa Fe River Trail from Cajal del Oro to Cottonwood Drive. And then there'll still need to be additional segments from Cottonwood Drive to the existing trail at Agua Fria to Constellation, that also goes out to Diablo Canyon. And then next phases would take it out into La Cienega, but this is would be the next phase to try to connect those sections. Then in roads, Avenida del Sur, we have funding currently, and it's in the proposed final budget for design. That's the total funding secured $1 million. That's in our existing bond, and an estimated funding gap of $5.5 million to do the construction of $6.5 million for 1.85 miles, taking Avenida del Sur, connecting it out to Highway 14 from within Rancho Viejo. Then County Road 51, water crossing at Ojo de la Vaca. This is a bridge. We also, I believe, need additional funding to finish the paving at the top of Ojo de la Vaca. Then General Goodwin Road, that's a project we've been working on for several years and have pretty much completed design, and we have an updated estimated cost of $6 million. This would be the first phase of construction on that. We've secured funding of $4.157 million, need an additional $1.8 million to finish that. The next phase actually would be quite complicated. That would be trying to get an easement from the railway to go under the railroad tracks for drainage. Then County Road 78, Camino Chupadero, drainage and paving. Currently have $750,000, but this is a pretty complicated project to take the drainage to the river and needs an additional 2.7 million for a total of 3.5 million. Those are the road projects recommended for a total of 13 million. Would be the bond question for roads, and for open space, a bond question of 5 million, and then 7 million for water and wastewater. If you recall, we had the redirect of the Abajo lift station in the ARPA funds, $1 million in the ARPA funds, but we moved that to do the broadband conduit in the northeast-southeast connector. And since that was an immediate need, because we want to bid that out now, we asked the board to move that money to the broadband, and then we need to replace that $1 million and suggest that that would come out of the 2022 bond questions. Agua Fria Sewer, that's a project that is actually, we say total cost of 5.1 million, but really it just depends on how many streets we do and what the costs are of each street. But our next phase, we'd like another additional 1.2 million for that project. Then Hyde Park Estates, water system improvements of $1.2 million. Canyon Cedo water line upsize. I believe, and I don't know if John is here, but I believe this one was one we actually requested the funding in federal funding as a earmark, but we didn't get that.
That's correct. It needs to go from 25 to 75 acre feet.
From 25, thank you, 25 acre feet to 75 acre feet. And then Oshara Phase 2, this is, I think you talked about this earlier, I was sort of listening and sort of writing at the same time. So this is taking the sewer line to the Abajo lift station, and then eventually connecting that to the system at the state pen, and then the aquifer storage and recharge partnership in Rancho Viejo of 1.1 million for a total of $7 million. So that is what the board, that's what we're recommending to the board. We're putting this out here now so that if the board has questions, concerns, don't like some of these projects, want to see different projects, want us to make different proposals. Basically, we have till 90 days prior to the general election to pass the bond resolution and provide that to the clerk with the bond questions. So we target having that done by the last meeting in July. So there's definitely time to talk about this and discuss it, but because when we're going through this whole final budget process and budget reconciliation for existing projects, we're also working at, okay, which ones are better for bond question, because we have maybe design money now, but we need to move into construction, or we need to start designing, and we don't need the money, though, until next year. So that's how we approach the proposals on the capital projects and funding the capital projects. It's pretty complicated. It's a lot of funding sources, multiple funding sources for each project. Then we get funding from state appropriations, so then that moves things around. So kind of brought all of this to you so you could ask questions about any of the projects that we have and what we're recommending in the way of funding sources and total funding in order to keep them moving forward. So with that, I would say we stand for questions on the general obligation bond projects or any of the projects that we've listed.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now I'm ready for my question. So on this relates to the general obligation bonds, but maybe it's just more general. I thought that there was a need for some utility work or other infrastructure work on the new affordable housing development on Camino Jacobo. Is that taken care of somewhere in this budget, or is that not? I thought at one point we might even put that in the bond questions. So I'm just wondering if that's in here somewhere.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, it is not, and that's one of the things I think that really a good discussion needs to be had with Joseph and the affordable housing staff and how that whole project is going to be financed. Because piecemealing it through general fund over here, general obligation over here, we don't have the whole picture. So we don't know what the whole picture is. It's not to say it couldn't potentially be put in here, but the reason it's not in here is because we really need to understand the total financing of, if I recall, is about an $18 million project. And I don't know if we're at a place yet to say, oh, yes, we should have that. In addition, there's lots of funding sources at the state and the federal level. They seem to really like funding our public housing and our affordable housing projects. But we kind of keep getting piecemeal requests to fund different pieces of this project. And I think we really need to understand, and the board and Greg and Joseph, what is the total cost and what is it that's going to be subsidized by county funds as the developer? Because we don't have that total picture yet.
Okay, yeah, I agree we need to get the total picture. I just sort of wondered where that was at.
I don't know if I don't see Joseph, but we did have some discussion about it. It kind of came up as a last minute thing, like, well, what about money for the infrastructure at the housing? So it's not included in here yet because we don't have a real clear understanding of what that ask is and how that fits into the overall funding of the project.
Okay, well then I'll go to the other end of my questions, which is Oshara Phase 2. Do we need to put that in here if we're going to fund that through a public improvement district? Do they also need bond funding?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, that funding is specifically to pay the developer back the proportionate share for the investment that they made in the construction of the sewer line from Richards down to the Bajo lift station. And our ordinance requires that reimbursement to the developer, and this is our calculation of the estimated reimbursement from Oshara Phase 1 to the Oshara 2 developer, and from La Pradera if they do choose to connect and then subsequently be acquired by the county utility.
So in other words, this would be the money to reimburse the developer for allowing existing users to hook up to their sewer line.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hassan?
Thank you. So I know that this might have to do with where we're at with projects, but last time we allocated $600,000 for Lopez Lane sidewalks and design, and then we were going to, in the next bond question, put in the money to build the sidewalks. And so I'm wondering where it is in the list and where we are. I don't think we've done the design. I just think it's because we don't have a project manager, but you know, this is something I've been mentioning for quite some time. And so I'd like to know what and where and how.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Hanson, the sidewalks were ready to go out for a preliminary design with the original funding. We do not have that designed yet. We are in the process right now of pulling money together to do a paving project in the Agua Fria, Lopez Lane, Cadoro Grant, and Henry Lynch area, because that's definitely in need of that. That's in advance of the sidewalk. So we're going to be looking at doing sidewalk design, There is some really constricted areas for sidewalk, as I know you're aware. So we need to do a further evaluation of how feasible and where it may not be feasible and what alternatives are around those areas. So that we're going to be undertaking that here shortly with the existing funding we have.
So it's been a, we're investing money in Romero Park, and we're investing money on the road construction, but people don't have a way to walk to the park. And there's no, Lopez Lane is a very narrow road, and I know that it has restrictions, but we really, to me, it's public health and safety and trying to get people, we're talking about reducing carbon in public transportation, and, most people have to walk from Agua Fria all the way to airport to get public transportation, and not having sidewalks to walk on is challenging.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, it's understood, and we're going to be starting that design and looking at that. And like I said, there are some constricting areas that we'll definitely have to really take a close look at, because on the feasibility of where we can put the sidewalk and not disrupt existing walls, utilities, those kinds of things. So my understanding is a preliminary engineering report that was done several years ago as a first basis, and we're going to use that as the stepping stone to move into the next phase of preliminary design with the existing funding we have now.
So do we need more funding? So could that be, do we need to put this in the general obligation bond, or can we find funding somewhere else? But when we talked about this in the past, we talked about that we would put the first $600,000 in the bond in 2020, and then we do the second half in the bond in 2022.
It's not ready.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, the $600,000 we have now is, we believe, adequate for the design as well as any property acquisition that we'll need. That will be determined during the preliminary design, the property acquisition, and what the associated costs may be with that. But we believe that's adequate to get us to the stage of go out for construction. But the $600,000 that we currently have does not include construction.
I know.
And Madam Chair, Commissioners, if I could also add, is that it is probably my expectation that by the next bond sale that we will have a clear estimate of what it's going to take to construct those sidewalks. We will have completed all the design and started with acquisition, and that will allow us a clear path forward. So that's still a high priority for us.
So we're talking about not till 2024?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, but we, with this design, will be able to have some money to start to do some of the acquisition, which is probably going to be the biggest part of the project, with the sidewalks being the smaller part of the project.
Okay.
Other questions?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I think the biggest concern is what it will cost to acquire the property. A lot of the properties have even been subdivided more, and there'll be issue with whether we make them non-conforming if we have to condemn part of them. I think it's going to be a very complicated project, and I think it was on our list, and we're like, we're not ready to say what we think that project will cost, because we think we're going to have to do a lot bigger, more detailed study and in-depth study to figure out what the land acquisition is going to cost. Building the sidewalk is not the issue. It's getting the land to build the sidewalks, because there just aren't any easements. And they've even, the largest stretch of land that was there has been subdivided into multiple small lots now. So I think Gary's right that by 2024, hopefully have a much better idea and actually have some progress on land acquisition. As you know, that whenever we have to acquire multiple parcels, the projects take a great deal of time to actually execute, because we try to negotiate with each property owner acquisition of the easement. as opposed to going through condemnation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Catherine, Yvonne, is there more? Shall we roll along on this?
Madam Chair, the only slide that we have left to go over with the board is just the next steps. So from here, we will begin to finalize what we will present to the board as the final budget for fiscal year 2023. Our starting point is the interim budget, and then any changes that we make to that, which would include any corrections, any adjustments, a salary analysis. We want to make sure that we include the most current salary information so that departments have the appropriate budget for the following year, and then capital projects, which we just covered. In addition to that, we'll also budget the second half of the ARPA funding. So we will have the entire $29 million or whatever portion is unspent as budgeted for fiscal year 23. We tentatively are looking to present the final budget June 28th. That could change. Again, that budget would include the interim budget as well as capital projects. The final budget cannot be submitted to DFA until we complete the fiscal year 2022 fourth quarter report, which we'll bring to the board because it basically creates our beginning balances for the budget for within the DFA system. So the two are kind of tied together. And then once we submit the fourth quarter report, we'll be able to submit the final budget to DFA. As part of the packet, we did include an addendum section, and within that section, we have the complete details of all the projects that we quickly reviewed during the presentation. But we've also provided budget information. There is a copy of the year-to-date activity and budget for fiscal year 22, along with what we think may be where we may be at as of June 30th, and then just as a reminder what the interim budget looked like, and everything reconciled, all the transfers match. Hopefully you don't find anything, Chair. If you do, then I think I'm going to have to hire contractors to come in and help us. So
just get me to.
I can do that. So that information is provided for your review. If there are any questions as far as what we look like for fiscal year 22, or where we think that we're going to be at the end of the year, we can prepare responses for those. And then again, the interim budget complete with all the different revenues, and then all of the department's budgets, including the fixed asset requests for fiscal year 23 for the interim budget. And with that, Chair, Commissioners, we stand for any additional questions the board may have.
I just have a quick question. The after capital projects, the ARPA spending, unspent and new funds, but we've already projected potential, right? This is just fine. Okay, great.
Right. So the board allocated the ARPA funding back in September to the different priorities. We only budgeted half of those, and then now we'll budget the rest of half, which will cover the rest. Some of the departments reallocated how like certain projects within those priorities, they did full funding now in 22. So with the idea that projects that they weren't ready to move forward, they'll do 23. But still, the same priorities that were established back in September, everything will now be fully funded. So in addition to that, we'll also have the $6 million in the revenue replacement, which will cover that $12 million that the board set aside for the revenue replacement of the ARPA money, leaving the remainder for all of the initiatives that were presented to the board and approved.
Okay. Great. Are there other final questions? Not. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners.
Catherine, that was a really good presentation. You might consider applying for a county position where it would be.
Madam
There's an
Chair?
opening for budget director, right?
I hear they need a budget director. That's right.
I know our director had indicated possibly a contractor, and I think there's a
There you go.
K. Miller Financial Consulting Support Services, something like that.
What a good idea.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. So much as I hate to move on, let us people walk out the door, that would take us to item 10, which is matters from county commissioners and elected officials. So starting with 10A, county commissioners, maybe I'll start at this end. Commissioner Roybal, do you have things to?
I was going to make an announcement, but I believe our county manager made an announcement earlier of a meeting with the residents for Tesuquia, and that's on Monday, June 20th, I believe, at 6 p.m. Is that correct, Manager Schaefer? And that'll be at the Powaki Fire Station, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that was what I was going to bring up, but it was announced earlier, so that's it for me. Thank you.
That's it for you. Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to commend our fire department for putting out the fire that was on the border of District 4 and 5 on June 4th. That was a little bit scary to have a fire so close to some of our residences. We did have but it was put out rather quickly. We did have a
not if you were on scene.
What's that?
It was. I said not if you were on scene.
Oh,
for
yes.
Hours. Yeah.
When I drove by, there was no smoke, so
Yes,
I
that's
was
a good
happy
thing.
about that. We did have a community meeting after that, as well as I got many or several emails wondering why we had not put out on alert Santa Fe that the highway was closed, because for a few minutes there, no one from El Dorado could get to town, because both Las Vegas Highway and the I-25 were closed to put out the fire. And so in talking with our fire chief and Martin V. Hill, who's the assistant fire chief, I think we at least conceptually agreed that would be a good thing to use Alert Santa Fe for. And so I hope that we're moving forward on figuring out how to implement Alert Santa Fe for major road closures in the county, and not necessarily every little thing like the city announces, but at least the major things. And that's it for me at the moment.
Excellent. That was an excellent thing to bring up. Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the fire department, Jama, Martin, Isaiah, and everybody from the fire department who came and gave the presentation on Ready, Set, Go at the coffee and tea under the trees. It was extremely successful, close to 30 people. Obviously, it was a good topic, and that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. I think, and I don't really have anything. Everybody has thanked the fire department multiple times for the ongoing work, which is really critical. So I'll go to matters from other elected officials. Deputy Clerk, do you have something, or is our clerk on WebEx?
I'll keep it real quick. We are about 2/3 of the way through canvassing, so we'll be ready for Friday's meeting. Goal, anyways, that we'll be ready. And I just want to, from the clerk's office, say thank you to all the county for all their help through the election. We borrowed vehicles from different departments. We used conference rooms. We were just, in the lobby and everything. And so we just wanted to say thank you for all of their assistance.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Are there any other elected officials on WebEx, since I don't see any in the audience, who wish to speak during their comment period here? Daniel, do you see if we have any elected officials on WebEx?
Madam Chair, I do not see any other elected officials on WebEx.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you so much. So we'll get to move on. I wonder, is Manager Schaefer, given the hour, should we skip to the public hearing and then do matters from the county attorney, or?
That'd be at the pleasure of the board, Madam Chair, given that there are other individuals who are waiting for that item of business. I think that would not be inappropriate to go straight to the public hearing so that that matter can be attended to.
Okay, if there are no objections from anybody else, I think that would be the prudent and polite thing to do. If everybody's ready. They look ready, you're right. So we're going to move to item 12, public hearing, the case of Tierra que Canta condition change in preliminary and final plat approval. Kenneth, take it away.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ready? All right. So before you today...
The mic might be a little bit closer to you. That'll work, I think.
Better?
Yes, sir.
All right. So before you guys today, Commissioners and Madam Chair, we have Rembi Las Campanas, the applicant, James W. Siebert and Associates, agent, requesting an amendment to condition 21 of the BCC approval of the conceptual plan, which required roads within the subdivision to be built to collector standards. The applicant is requesting that it is amended to state that roads within the subdivision are to be built to cul-de-sac standards. The applicant is also requesting preliminary plat and final plat approval for a 22-lot residential subdivision known as Tierra que Canta at Las Campanas on tract B and H of Los Santeros subdivision, consisting of 11.39 acres, more or less. The property is located at 0 Calle Gonzalez within the Las Campanas Plan Development District within Section 15, Township 17 North, Range 8 East, Commission District 2. A quick history on the project. In 1992, the Board of County Commissioners granted approval for the development known as Las Campanas, consisting of 419 residential lots to be developed in phases, 2 golf courses with club complex, tennis, and equestrian center related to accessory facilities on 3,549 acres. On February 8th, 2000, the Board of County Commissioners approved the master plan and master plat and final plat known as Los Santeros at Las Campanas de Santa Fe. The approval consisted of a residential subdivision consisting of 68 lots to be developed in one phase with an additional 8 tracts to be developed in future phases. The total number of phased master plan lots approved for Los Santeros was 194 lots on 128 acres. On July 17th, 2019, an application was submitted for a conceptual plan and 3 variances for Tierra que Canta. On February 18th, 2021, the Planning Commission granted approval of the 3 separate variances requested by the applicant of the Sustainable Land Development Code, Chapter 7, Section 717.9.2.4 of steep slope disturbance in excess of 30% slope with more than 3 separate areas exceeding 1,000 square feet each. Also, Chapter 7, Section 17.9.2 to allow other buildable areas on the property, and a variance of Ordinance 2017-7, Section 711.12.4 to allow driveway separation of less than 100 feet from return radius of an intersection. The Planning Commission also recommended approval of the proposed conceptual plan to allow 22 residential lots to be developed in 2 phases, subject to conditions. Apologies. On October 13th, 2021, the Board of County Commissioners granted approval of the conceptual plan request for a 22-lot residential subdivision to be built in 2 phases, subject to conditions of approval. The subdivision is now proceeding as a single-phase development. The applicant is now requesting an amendment of Condition 21 of the BCC approval of the conceptual plan, which required roads within the subdivision to be built to collector standards. The applicant is requesting to amend the condition to state roads within the subdivision shall be built to cul-de-sac standards. The applicant requests the cul-de-sac standards at the Planning Commission meeting on February 18, 2021, which Planning Commission approved this condition which was not reflected in the final order from the Planning Commission or in the report and conditions of approval presented to the Board of County Commissioners. Staff had supported the cul-de-sac standards as one connecting road is through a locked gate that was previously approved. The Planning Commission approved an amended final order on May 19th, 2022, making the correction to allow all roads built within Tierra que Canta to be considered to cul-de-sac standards, constructed to cul-de-sac standards. The applicant now requests that condition 21 imposed by the Board of County Commissioners on the conceptual plan be amended to state cul-de-sac rather than collector road in accordance with the Planning Commission's decision. The applicant is now also requesting preliminary and final plat approval to create a 22-lot residential subdivision within an existing planned development district. The subdivision is proposed to be built out in a single phase. Santa Fe County Land Use has, the SLDC Section 5.7 preliminary plats, major subdivisions, and Section 5.8 final plat approval is required for all subdivisions, both major and minor. No final plat shall be recorded until final plat has been approved as provided in this section. The application has been reviewed for compliance with the application standards as set forth in Chapter 7 of the Sustainable Land Development Code and Ordinance 2017-7 Road Design Standards as follows: access, fire protection, landscape and buffering, lighting, signs, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention and flood control, solid waste, operation and maintenance of common improvements, affordable housing. Staff recommends the conceptual plan condition number 21, as stated in the final order, be amended to state applicant must build all roads within Tierra que Canta to SDA 2 cul-de-sac standards in accordance with the approval from the Planning Commission. Staff has determined that the application for preliminary and final plat to allow a 22-lot residential subdivision known as Tierra que Canta be developed in a single phase in compliance with the subdivision and design standards set forth in the SLDC, and therefore recommends approval of the applicant's request subject to the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter the conditions into record?
Yes.
Staff would also like to add one additional condition of approval. Condition number 20 to state, staff recommends a geotechnical engineer be retained to perform sufficient review during construction of the project. Observation testing shall be performed during construction to confirm that suitable fill soils are placed upon competent materials and properly compacted, and foundation elements penetrate the recommended soils.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. So before I go to public hearing, are there questions from, or do you want to do the public hearing and then ask questions?
Madam Chair, please do the public hearing, and then I'll ask questions.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing, and I know before I ask generally that we have one comment that was emailed that I'm going to ask Daniel to please read at this point since the public hearing is open.
No staff, no. All right, Madam Chair, would you like me to read the name and address of the user that emailed us?
Yes, please.
Okay, the name is Ken Kirk. The address is 30 Camino de Colores, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87506. And their comment is...
Hang on, Daniel.
Generally, you go to the applicant before you do the public comment, the open meeting.
You're correct. I am so sorry. Vicki, if you can help me out, or is the applicant present and wishes to make a statement?
Madam Chair, the applicant is present via WebEx. Jim Siebert and Associates is representing the applicant.
Mr. Siebert, I really apologize. Thank you. Would you like to address the
ECC?
Yes, yes. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is Victoria Dalton with Siebert and Associates.
Okay, Victoria, so before you make your statement, could you please get sworn in?
Yes.
I'm going to turn it over to the deputy clerk.
Thank you, Victoria. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Victoria Dalton, 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
And please state that you understand you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I understand, yes. Good evening, Commissioners and Madam Chair. This evening, we're here tonight for preliminary and final plat approval for 22 lots consistent with the previously approved variances and conceptual plan. The conceptual plan is no longer necessary since we will be building the subdivision now in one phase rather than two. I also want to let you know that the subdivision is accessed off of Calle Gonzalez, which is between Las Campanas Drive and Paseo Aragon. As far as the amendment of the condition, there was an issue with the typo, and the condition had got carried over for a collector type road. There were two conditions, one that stated cul-de-sac roads and one that stated collector roads. So it was just a little bit of a mix-up. So what we will be doing is requesting the collector roads as staff presented in their report. Cul-de-sac roads. So I'll make sure we say cul-de-sac roads that go into the findings so we don't have to come back again. The project's been going on for a couple of years and it's been in front of you probably a couple of times. So I won't go too much into the specifics about it. It's in a PDD of Las Campanas, and as staff mentioned, it was previously part of the Los Santeros phase of Las Campanas, which had a master plan for 22 lots, of which we are proposing today. I also wanted to point out that on some of the lots, there will be, we left some areas for some casita studio type dwellings. Not dwellings, they won't have a kitchen in them, they'll have a bathroom. So I wanted to clarify that with staff. Staff may have thought that there possibly may be guest houses, but I want to clarify that they're just like mother-in-law quarters, which is very common in Las Campanas. I can show you, I will go ahead and share the site plan with you and just go over it briefly. Okay, so if everyone can see this, let me just kind of zoom out. What I really just want to point out here is that Jay Remby, who is also on the WebEx here, he's available for questions. He has been working with all the neighbors within Las Campanas to determine best way to develop these lots. He has restricted himself to not allowing two-story homes on lots 8, 12, 15, 16, and 17, which are all the hatch lots that are here on the frontage next to Calle Gonzalez. I think with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you. Before I go back to public hearing, Commissioner Hanson.
So, does this road go anywhere else except for within this little area, and is it really a cul-de-sac?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the road doesn't go anywhere else. It'll serve just these tracks within Tierra Cacanta subdivision. So it
Could
will
you
be,
zoom out and show which road you're talking about?
yes, of course. I'm sorry about that. So this is Kaya Gonzalez here. And it comes from Paseo Aragon, which stems off here on this side, goes all the way through. It ends here at the construction gate, which staff has spoke about, which is under the jurisdiction of Las Campanas HOA. There is no access through here at this point. And there are, staff is working with the Las Campanas HOA on establishing a permit for that gate. So it doesn't go through. So the cul-de-sac roads, or as we should say, call them maybe hammerhead roads, but they do meet the standards, the design standards of a cul-de-sac road, which is a 38-foot easement with a 20-foot driving surface. So they are dead-end hammerheads on each side off of Kaya Gonzalez. Does that answer your question, Madam?
Is Kaya Gonzalez already built?
Kaya Gonzalez is built to a point.
So is it being built to a cul-de-sac standard or a collector standard?
It'll be built to a cul-de-sac standard, but it will be paved.
So these other two roads will not be paved?
They will be paved.
And so the construction gate is, I think, one of the things that people are concerned about. It looks like there's a way to connect. Does that ever plan to connect?
Commissioners, Madam Chair, there is no plans for connection. The Las Campanas HOA is working with the county on establishing a permit to keep the gate there. However, there will be no connection out. Louise, for emergency.
And so what will the gate do?
It's a construction gate. It will just remain there. It's not. We're not proposing a throughway onto Las Campanas Drive.
That seems odd to me.
Madam Chair,
It is an emergency access, though, for emergency purposes.
And Madam Chair, this is Jay Remby, the developer. We do not control that road. Or the gate.
Road?
And so I'm just being required to approve it.
Kaya Gonzalez Road, Madam Chair.
And
Yeah.
we're not talking about that road being a cul-de-sac road. Is that we're talking about the other two roads?
That's
you are
correct.
requesting cul-de-sac standard for?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
I'm not sure that's correct.
That's
not
correct.
my
So
understanding.
if
My
I could,
understanding is-
yes, if I could go ahead and show you. If you see my arrow,
Yes.
this is Kaya Gonzalez, and it ends here with the gate. It continues to go on, but there's a gate here. So it's a construction gate. So Kaya Gonzalez is going to go stem all the way up north to the north. The standards are built to cul-de-sac standards. Cul-de-sac standards are a 38-foot wide easement with a 20-foot driving surface, but we will be paving it. So on both sides, it's a cul-de-sac standard and all the way to the gate. As Jay mentioned, we don't control Kaya Gonzalez, nor does he control the gate. It's under the jurisdiction of the Las Campanas HOA.
But you're building the road.
As part of my concession with the neighbors.
If there's going to be testimony, he needs to be sworn.
That's what I was going to say.
Yes.
Happy to.
Jay Remby, if you would like to give some explanation, can you please be sworn in?
Absolutely. Would you like my address?
Well, I'm going to let the clerk direct this.
Sure.
All right, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Jay Remby, 9808 Bonatera Loop, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
And you understand you're under oath?
I do understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So can you go ahead with what you were going to explain? I appreciate it.
Oh, the Calle Gonzalez Road, as I said earlier, is not controlled by me. It's controlled by the HOA. Part of some of the comments we received early on with the road is that they would like me to pave the road, and so I agreed to do that.
But you have houses off of this road?
I do.
She keeps
Houses.
Say it doesn't.
So
Pardon me?
these houses off of Calle Gonzalez are part of your subdivision, right?
The three to the north, correct, are on track B. Yes, ma'am.
So this road, Calle Gonzalez, what road does that come off of?
The Las Campanas Drive. So that road exists today. It's been there for years. It's improved, but without asphalt. So it comes off of Las Campanas Drive. There's a gate, so you can't access it. You can't come in unless you have a code. And then it continues up to Paseo Aragon, which is, the main loop road in Los Santeros.
So I have another question. The casitas, I thought it said there were no casitas in this subdivision. And so, but you're adding additional units?
No, all that really is it's a detached bedroom or little office. So it allows you to create this wonderful little courtyard. You come through a Zaguan, and it creates just a wonderful little New Mexican courtyard with an additional bedroom. No kitchen, just a little bedroom with a bathroom. And that is allowed.
And is that going to be rented out as an Airbnb?
No, it's part of the house.
Okay, so I would like some definition of collector versus cul-de-sac, so that I understand. I understand that the Planning Commission originally approved the cul-de-sac plan. Is that correct?
It's 400.
That's correct.
It's a traffic study.
I think we're asking.
I was talking to staff.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is correct.
And so somehow in our translation, when we approved it, we didn't get that piece of information.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Commissioner, it was relayed to the BCC as a collector road rather than the cul-de-sac standard.
Okay, and so when did it get caught?
During the preliminary plat review, when it was brought to my, as my case. Sorry.
Okay. And Vicki?
I can't tell if I'm speaking.
The cul-de-sac standards, when it went forth to Planning Commission, we did enter that condition into the record saying that that we were requiring them to build it out to cul-de-sac standards. The Planning Commission approved it that way. It was when the final order was adopted, it didn't get caught in the final order. It said collector road standards. And then that's how it was presented to the County Commission with the conceptual plan application. So it should have just gotten carried forth to the BCC with the condition saying that it meets cul-de-sac standards. But it was an error, a staff error on that part at that time.
Okay.
I think it would be good to have some additional questions after we have the public hearing, because I know there are part of the question.
Okay.
There's a related question that gets raised. So is that acceptable? Because this is in your district. Okay. Yes.
Madam Chair, could I ask people to put themselves on mute if they're not speaking?
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead and reopen public comment on this, and I apologize for the confusion. And Daniel, I apologize that I got you started and then cut you off. Thanks for your patience. Can you go ahead and read the public comment that was submitted by email, and then I'll ask if there is any additional comment?
Absolutely. Would you like me to read the name and the address again?
Yes, please, just for so the record's clean.
Okay. The person's name is Ken Kirk. They live at 30 Camino de Colores, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87506, and this is their comment. I oppose the request by Remby Las Campanas for the amendment to the previously imposed condition by the BCC requiring roads within the Tierra que Canta subdivision to be built to collector standards and change them to cul-de-sac standards. We live very close to the proposed development, which includes a construction gate, which we always assumed would be turned into another entrance gate to our community. We do not oppose the new development, but an additional access point is imperative for our community. As we recall, the developer always intended to convert the construction gate into a viable entrance gate for the community. Please deny this request.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Public comment is still open. Is there anybody else on WebEx who wishes to speak to this matter? If there is, please unmute yourself and identify yourself.
This is Jan Watson. I'd like to make a comment, please.
Thank you. Could you please get sworn in and then make your comment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Ms. Watson, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Jan Watson. My address is 7 West Avenida Sebastian. I understand that I'm under oath and for this testimony.
Thank you.
My concern about changing from a collector status to a cul-de-sac status had to do with whether or not that construction gate was going to end up being part of that cul-de-sac, effectively eliminating the construction gate. From what I'm understanding so far, that is not the case. The gate will still be a construction gate. It has nothing to do with Mr. Rembe's development. Is that correct?
I think we have to.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Okay, that was my only concern, because I've always viewed that construction gate as basically one of the amenities so that we don't end up with a lot of construction traffic coming through the Paseo Aragon gate and rumbling right past my house. If that's not going to happen, that the construction gate will still exist as a construction gate, then that answers my question and I have no objection.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Watson. Is there anybody else who wishes to make a comment to this matter? If there is, please unmute yourself and identify yourself. Daniel, do you see anybody else on WebEx who might be interested in this and wish to make a comment?
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody indicating they'd like to speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I'm sure other commissioners may have questions, but I actually have a question. So with everybody's tolerance, I'm still confused about the construction gate. It looks, from the map that was shown, it looks to me that like approving going to cul-de-sac standards will make this a one-way in, one-way out community, which, given fire concerns and everything else, is what we've been trying to avoid everywhere. Am I wrong about that?
Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Actually, ask.
Oh, go ahead.
If you don't mind, I'd love to hear your response to that too, but I was asking land use first, and then we come to you. That would be great. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the applicant is requesting to maintain that gate, for the gate to continue to be there as a construction gate and emergency access. So there will be an emergency access point through Las Campanas Drive in addition to their primary access.
Okay, so before I go to Victoria, what does this change then? Then why are they requesting the change? Because it changes the standards to which the roads are built, or because it lets them keep that gate locked?
Madam Chair, the Las Campanas subdivision was approved as a gated community, so there are several gates in the different subdivisions of Las Campanas. So I believe the applicants are requesting to retain that gate for purposes of only emergency access and controlled access to that specific subdivision.
And neither fire nor anybody has concerns about having a one-way in, one-way out community?
Because they are proposing to have that as an emergency access, I believe fire is requiring them to install the Knox lock system so that they can access through that point if there is an emergency.
Okay, thank you. So are there additional questions, comments? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I think I just want to be clear, but is it, it seems like the person who wrote the letter had the same concern as the woman who spoke to us, and so is it true that it doesn't really matter whether the road is cul-de-sac or collector standards, that gate is going to stay the same? Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, so this is Victoria. The gate is going to stay the same. And if I could just clarify that the cul-de-sac condition or the cul-de-sac request had always been part of our request going forward. The plan that was depicted at the BCC showed cul-de-sac standards. There was just two conditions. So it was a staff error that the word collector road got into the staff report and into the final order. So we were approved with the cul-de-sac standard. It just that we need to amend it since that condition got put into the order by accident. So had that not happened, we would just be here requesting preliminary and final plat rather than to amend the condition that was an error.
Right, I understand that. And I guess my only other question is then, is it correct then that you would be using the access through that construction gate for a lot of the construction traffic to avoid going through the neighborhood that's on the other side?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so is it everybody's understanding that the concerns that were brought to us have really been addressed?
I expect, Victoria, you were going to respond to my question as well, and I apologize for going off to other questions before coming back to you. This request, and I'll come to you next.
Your mic's not on.
I'm sorry, I've been talking to you, Victoria, and you've been smiling, and you haven't been able to hear a word I've said. I apologize. I apologize for not coming back to you, and I went on to Commissioner Hughes, but you were going to address that question from me as well. And since Commissioner Hughes just asked it as well, this request is essentially not changing the nature of how many access points there are.
No.
Is that true?
That's true. That's true, Commissioner, Madam Chair.
Okay, is there any other clarification you wanted to add on that point before I go on?
So there is no other, I would like to just say the difference between a collector road and a cul-de-sac road is based on average daily traffic, which our request does not go over the average daily traffic for a collector road standard. So I just wanted to add that. And also let you know the differences between the two is that a collector road is an 80-foot right-of-way, which does not fit in with the characteristic of this type of subdivision. So it's an 80-foot right-of-way with a 22-foot driving surface, curb and gutter, and a cul-de-sac road is a 20-foot driving surface within a 38-foot easement with no curb and gutter, and all the requirements of a major collector road for a bigger type of subdivision. And that's all I have to add. Thank you.
Yeah, that was very informative. Thank you. So are there other questions? Commissioner Hughes, were you finished? Did that answer your questions?
Yeah, yes, they answered my question.
Thank you, and thanks for letting me know I was off. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, so do you accept condition number 20? And is that part of, Vicki, how do you want us to make a motion for this? I don't really quite see it. All I see is approval of preliminary and final plat, and then the change to the requirement of cul-de-sac standard, and then you added in condition number 20.
Madam Chair, would you like us to read it again into the record so that it's clear what it is? Okay.
And Commissioner Hanson, before you do that, were you asking the applicant if they accept the condition?
I did. I was asking the
I'm willing to accept that condition.
Okay, thank you.
If you could read it now, I'm sorry to.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson. So the condition would read, a geotechnical engineer be retained to perform sufficient review during construction of the project. Observation testing shall be performed during construction to confirm that suitable fill soils are placed upon competent materials and properly compacted, and foundation elements penetrate the recommended soils.
So with that, I would like to make a motion, and the motion is to, do I need one motion to request the change from collector to cul-de-sac standard? Or do I just need one motion for everything?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, Ms.
Madam
Brennan.
Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I think a single motion encompassing all of the provisions that you want approved would suffice.
Okay, so I move to approve the Terra K Kayanta condition change and preliminary and final plat approval, and request the amendment to previously imposed condition of BCC, which required roads within the TQC subdivision to be built to collector standards. The applicant is requesting the change to cul-de-sac standards. I am supporting both this motion to change it to cul-de-sac standard and the condition of number 20.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Did we include everything, Vicki and Rachel?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I believe so. Just clarification that it's all the conditions and condition number 20? Correct. Okay, thank you.
All the conditions.
So if there's no further discussion, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Excellent. Thank you, and thank you for bringing this.
Thank you,
and to the
commissioners.
applicants
Thank you.
for being
Thank you.
here.
Have a good night. Thank you.
You too. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye. Take care. So that takes us back to item 11, which is matters from the county attorney. Attorney Brown, do you want to read
Madam
us in?
Chair, if
Oh.
I could, before we go, I did forget to inform the full board of the fact that we were successful last week in achieving net present value savings, and therefore proceeded to accept a bid for our Series 2022 refunding bonds. You may recall that the board authorized the sale of the refunding bonds back in March of this year. Due to market turbulence, we held off on actually going to market, and we're not certain that we would be able to achieve the parameters set by the board, but we were in fact able to successfully sell our refunding bonds last Thursday. So forgive me, but I neglected to provide the entire board that update earlier.
And I'm sorry, thank you for remembering that. I'm sorry I didn't remember myself since I was there, but thanks for the information. That was actually very good news, unexpected news. So now, Attorney Brown,
Madam Chair, I would ask that you go into executive session as allowed by Section 1015(1)H7 of New Mexico statutes to discuss pending or threatened litigation, and specifically Enterprise Bank and Trust versus the County of Santa Fe et al., State of New Mexico First Judicial District Court, D101, CV 2021-2309, and breach of settlement agreement and related agreements related to annexation.
Madam Chair, I move to go into executive session that was presented by Attorney Brown.
thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Of course, Madam Chair.
What did I mess up? Yes. Does that need to be part of the motion?
I'm going to include that in my motion, that we will adjourn at the moment and go into executive session.
That includes a second.
Okay, great. So just for clarity, we're going to take a roll call on a motion and a second to go into executive session and adjourn this meeting, and we will report back out in the minutes of the next meeting. So now can I have a roll call?
Of course, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Yes.
And I shall put excuse for Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, please.
Okay. And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks everybody for sticking it out. We are now in executive session.